Chapter 604. Below was the yellow springs, above was the extreme cold. The extreme cold was the land of extreme cold that people talked about. Many people thought that the land of extreme cold was the same as the yellow springs of hell, that it was a myth. But what they did not know was that the yellow springs of hell did not exist. After all, no one had been there, and even if they did, there was no way to report back. But the land of extreme cold really did exist. It was just that it was difficult for ordinary people to find and reach safely. The average temperature here was 50 degrees Celsius, and the lowest temperature was 70 degrees Celsius. Once the temperature reached a certain degree, it was not suitable for human habitation. Therefore, on this isolated and unknown land of glaciers, you could not see any other humans. Even some cold-resistant animals and plants were rare. Snow. The entire world was covered in snow. A world covered in ice and snow should be bright, or even dazzling. But the color of the sky here was dusky. It was covered in fog all year round, as if it was covered by a huge gray curtain. Because the weather was too cold, even the fog in the air was frozen, and there was a slight feeling of being cut apart. Crack, 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 a tall man covered in animal fur walked step by step in the snow. Every step he took would leave a deep hole in the world of ice and snow. Behind him, there was a long row of footprints. Those footprints looked lonely, just like their owner. His eyebrows were covered in ice, and his eyes were as cold as ice. His hair was loose and knotted, and he looked like a wild man in the wilderness. No, he looked even worse than a wild man in the wilderness. Because he could not remember how long it had been since he last combed his hair. His full beard protected his mouth and nose, and it did have the effect of resisting the cold. The man held a long spear over 10 feet long in his hand. The tip of the spear dragged in the snow, making a rustling sound, as if the owner of the spear did not have the strength to carry it. Either they return home, or the Snow Empire will be buried. This was what the old drunkard Mo Qingdi had said when he left Swallow Dock. It was not some heroic speech, nor was it to cut off a path of retreat to encourage himself. He did not need this. Too many things had happened in Swallow Dock, and the Fang family was in danger. Fang Yixing, whom he regarded as his elder brother, had died tragically. Fang Yen was deeply affected and was unable to recover, so he decided to observe mourning for 3 years. Mo Qingdi knew that Fang Yen made such a decision out of guilt. He blamed himself for being a step too slow and not being able to bring his father back from the ambush in time. How could he not feel guilty? The enemy had already come to their doorstep. As the former Wuxia Azure Dragon, as a member of the Fang family, there was nothing he could do. When he arrived with his silver spear, all he saw was the scene of Fang Yen holding Fang Yixing's corpse and wailing. How could he not feel sad? He could have been faster. He could have saved them from this disaster in the past. However, because the meridians in his body were broken, it was difficult for him to use his energy. Having a mountain of treasures but being unable to use them, how cruel was this feeling for a former king-level figure. Therefore, Mo Qingdi prepared a generous gift and went to see the medicine addict, asking him to check his pulse. The medicine addict's prescription was to use the rare blood of the ice dragon to heal Mo Qingdi's broken meridians. Although the ice dragon liked the cold, its body belonged to the fire attribute. Its blood was like fire. Drinking it could make one's blood boil and cure all kinds of diseases. However, even the medicine addict only deduced from the records in the medical books that there was a possibility of finding the ice dragon in the land of extreme cold. As for what the ice dragon looked like and what its habits were, he had no idea. Mo Qingdi still made his choice. He chose to believe in the medicine addict and agreed to his harsh conditions. He came to this land of extreme cold alone with his spear. Instead of living like a useless person, it was better to die far away from the crowd. This was Mo Qingdi's persistence, his last pride. Mo Qingdi had been here for more than 3 years, maybe even longer. Anyway, he could not remember clearly. There was no day or night here. Whether it was day or night, the sky was always gray. When it snowed, it would be slightly brighter. Fortunately, it snowed frequently here. Mo Qingdi called the time when it snowed as his day. It was also his time to move around. Because it had just snowed heavily, the snowy ground was a vast expanse of whiteness. Nothing could be seen. Not even the tiny footprints of animals could be seen. Hiss, 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 there was the faint sound of something hissing, but it was almost inaudible in the howling wind. However, it could not escape Mo Qingdi's ears. Mo Qingdi stopped in his tracks and stood still on the spot. Just then, a snow-white object broke through the thick layer of snow and sprang up from the ground. It lunged towards Mo Qingdi's exposed palm and bit at it. A flame rat. A rat that had mutated in an extremely harsh environment. Their black fur had turned red, and their black skin had turned white. They looked very cute. However, perhaps because of the lack of resources in the land of extreme cold, they were greedy and bloodthirsty. They would not let go of any prey that could become their food. They did not like to live in the ice and snow, but in the volcanic areas of the land of extreme cold. It was a volcano, also covered in ice and snow, but at least the rocks and soil there could give them some warmth. For a long time, Mo Qingdi survived by eating this kind of flame rat. Later, Mo Qingdi discovered a kind of snow snake. After it was frozen, it was cut with a knife, and its meat was even more delicious and tender. Humans needed something to eat. Even if you were Wuxia, the Azure Dragon was no exception. Mo Qingdi was no stranger to this kind of rat. He had countless experiences in dealing with this kind of flame rat. Therefore, when the flame rat jumped up and bit his arm, he suddenly let go of the gun in his hand. Then, with a flip of his wrist, the flame rat that weighed 1 kilogram was caught in the palm of his hand. He gently pressed down with his thumb, and the flame rat's neck gave off a crisp sound before it was broken by him. With practiced movements, Mo Qingdi tossed the mouse into the mixed grain sack that he always carried with him. Then, with a flick of his foot, the handle of the spear that was about to fall into the snow flew up into the air and was caught by Mo Qingdi in his hand. Just like before, he dragged the spear forward again. Thirsty to drink snow water, hungry to eat snow snakes and flame rats, trapped in an ice cave. He lived on with determination. Day after day, year after year. This was the state of his daily life. He did not know what the ice dragon looked like, and he did not know where the ice dragon was. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to search. Like a lonely ghost in this land of extreme coldness, he walked through all the places that he had not been to before. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from afar. Mo Qingdi's expression froze. He stood still and looked into the distance. In the few years that he had been here, it often snowed in this land of extreme coldness, but there had never been thunder or lightning. Because everyone knew that this kind of sound could bring about a terrible consequence, a chain of avalanches. Once the avalanches spread out for thousands of miles, it would be a disaster. Even Mo Qingdi, the Azure Dragon, did not have the confidence that he could run thousands of miles in such a harsh environment. The key was that his speed was faster than the speed of the glacier. That was a power that even the gods could not contend against. Mo Qingdi had to be careful. He waited for a while, but the rumbling sound did not come again. This gave Mo Qingdi a little peace of mind. A gust of wind blew over. There was a strange yet familiar scent in the wind. Mo Qingdi frowned. Holding his spear, he ran back in the direction he came from. He smelled danger. Rumble, a sound that was more deafening and longer than before, rang out again. It was as if a sleeping beast had just awakened and was declaring its sovereignty over this territory to the outside world. Bang! A plume of black smoke rose into the sky, and then a fiery red rainbow spread across the sky. No, that was not a real rainbow, it was a rock ore that erupted from a volcano. The colorful boiling substances dispersed in the sky, incinerating all the snow and mist that came into contact with them. They fell from the sky with billowing white smoke, and then collapsed in all directions. They were demons of the human world, and nothing could stop them. The place where they landed became a deep pit. The pit grew larger and larger, and expanded to the surrounding area. Crack, crack, the sound of ice breaking came from the high mountains, and then large chunks of ice and snow rolled down towards the flat tundra. With the force of Mount Tai, they were about to destroy all living things that stood in their way. Mo Qingdi smelled the sulfur in the air in advance, so he ran in time, and at the most crucial moment. Based on the area he was in, if he did not turn and run in advance, he might have been swallowed by the volcanic rocks that fell from the sky. Mo Qingdi ran very boldly, running with all his might. He ran like a wild beast with disheveled hair. Of course, there would be beasts who would not accept that he was a wild beast. This was because while he was madly running, a snow-white dog-like object actually surpassed his speed. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue as it ran in front of him with a whizzing sound. An ice dragon? Mo Qingdi's eyes brightened, and the pores on his body became transparent. Although he had never seen a real ice dragon, not even a picture of one, he knew in his heart that this was the ice dragon he had been searching for. All his efforts seemed to have paid off. Even at this critical moment of life and death, Mo Qingdi was still grateful to the heavens. Chapter 605. The greatest torment in life was despair. He searched day and night. He walked through every corner of this land of extreme coldness. Every step he took could circle around Yanjing City countless times. However, he had never seen an ice dragon before. In fact, he didn't even find any clues related to it. At this time, Mo Qingdi's heart began to waver. Was there an ice dragon? If not, what was the point of persisting? But if he didn't persist, what would he do? Would he go back with this broken body and witness the decline of the Fang family? Or would he die with them? The Fang family needed a man to stand up. If it wasn't Fang Yan, it would be him. If Fang Yan wasn't ready, then he would have to stand up for him for a while or a lifetime. If he wasn't ready, all the burden would be on Fang Yan alone. Most importantly, some of the hatred started because of him. If he couldn't stand up again, what would he do if they saw Fang Yan as a target for revenge? According to the extraordinary medical record, it was shaped like a dragon and had horns like ice. In other words, it should be a little transparent dragon. Why did the ice dragon he saw now look like a dog? A small transparent dog with a sharp horn and a tongue sticking out as it ran for its life? Just as Mo Qingdi was looking at the little transparent dog with excitement, the little transparent dog even turned around to look at Mo Qingdi. There was a hint of mockery in its eyes. Mo Qingdi's expression froze. What was it trying to say? Was it trying to tell him that he couldn't run as fast as a dog? Kacha, kacha, the sound of the avalanche was endless. The entire glacial land was rumbling and shaking. The mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Mo Qingdi ran even faster. The ice dragon that had been leading the way also sped up. Clang, 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 this was the sound of Mo Qingdi's big feet stomping on the snow. Every step he took seemed like he was going to make a big hole in the ground. Swoosh, 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 the little transparent dog landed without a sound. Its body seemed to be one with the snow. Every time she leapt, she would draw a beautiful arc in the air before landing nimbly a few meters away. It didn't look like it was running. It looked like the wind was pushing it forward. Its speed far surpassed Mo Qingdi, so it was no wonder that it looked down on Mo Qingdi. A man and a beast. The beast was leading the way while the man followed closely behind. Mo Qingdi suddenly realized that he and this ice dragon had become a pair of brothers in hardship. If the lava rolled over and the glacier covered them, both of them would face the same fate. They would either be incinerated by the rock ores or buried by the glacier and turned into an iceberg fossil. The cracking sounds behind them became more and more rapid, and the ground beneath their feet also began to split apart, forming countless cracks of varying sizes. Some of the cracks were unfathomably deep, and if one were to fall into them, they might never be able to climb out again. What was worse was that the rumbling sounds of volcanic eruptions were incessant. One hot rock ore after another was sent into the sky by them, and then turned into a colorful waterfall that poured down on the glacier. It seemed like this was just the beginning, and no one knew when it would end. The volcano was enraged. It was as if it wanted to issue an ultimate challenge to the glacier that had covered it for thousands of years. Either the flames would melt the glacier and turn it into its captive, or the glacier would extinguish the flames and turn it into a defeated opponent. However, whether it was the flames or the glacier, Mo Qingdi and the transparent dog running in front of him could not contend against them. Sometimes, the saying, "man can conquer nature," seemed like a joke. The glacier beneath their feet was cracking faster and faster, and the cracking sounds were incessant. Mo Qingdi could already feel the rolling heat waves behind him. It was the hot magma that was sent here by the cold wind ahead of time. Mo Qingdi knew that he had to make a change. They couldn't outrun the speed of the glacier's collapse, and they couldn't outrun the lava. They were humans, and their physical strength would soon be exhausted. Especially with Mo Qingdi's current physical condition, he couldn't hold on for too long. He had to make a change. But, how? Behind him was the collapsing glacier and boiling lava, and in front of him was an endless expanse of ice and snow. Where could he run to? Just as Mo Qingdi was making a difficult decision in his heart, the transparent dog running in front of him suddenly changed direction. Left. Mo Qingdi hesitated for a moment, then followed closely behind it and turned left. Although Mo Qingdi had lived in this extremely cold place for many years, he was not familiar with the terrain at all. There was no way to familiarize himself with it. There was no map to check, no navigation to use, there were only mountains and hills, and the whole world was covered in snow. No one knew what was hidden under the snow. Mo Qingdi didn't know the way, but he knew that Ice Dragon must be familiar with the terrain. Ice Dragon was a long-lived species. With its current size and running speed, Mo Qingdi suspected that it had lived for at least a few decades or even 100 years. It could be considered a native of this glacier, and Mo Qingdi was just an intruder. Perhaps, Ice Dragon could help Mo Qingdi through this life and death situation. As Mo Qingdi thought of this, he spread out his body and followed closely behind Ice Dragon. In order not to slow down, he even threw away the spear in his hand. When Ice Dragon turned left, Mo Qingdi turned left. When Ice Dragon turned right, Mo Qingdi turned right. When Ice Dragon jumped up the hill, Mo Qingdi followed. As they ran, the rumbling sound behind them gradually faded away. The scorching hot wind that made one's skin tighten and hair burn also disappeared. When Ice Dragon's body stopped, Mo Qingdi realized that they had entered a large ice cave. The surface area of this ice cave was so large that it didn't look like it was man-made. Moreover, the inverted ice pillars hanging down from the cave were strangely shaped and sparkling. Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon, and Ice Dragon looked back at Mo Qingdi. There was a trace of a smile on its face, it looked very proud of itself. It really is a demon. Mo Qingdi thought in his heart. Mo Qingdi came to this extremely cold place with only one purpose, to find Ice Dragon and extract its blood and meridians to heal his broken body. According to common sense, now that they were out of danger, and Ice Dragon was standing right in front of them, it should be time to act, right? But here came the problem. Ice Dragon had just saved Mo Qingdi's life. No matter how much Mo Qingdi didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny the fact that he was able to survive in such a dangerous environment mainly because of this invisible little dog's guidance. Otherwise, he would have been covered by the glaciers and burned into gas by the lava. If Mo Qingdi wanted to heal his body in meridians, then he would have to kill Ice Dragon, collect its blood and extract its meridians, but if he did that, how could he face the gratitude of saving his life just now? Perhaps to many people, Ice Dragon was just an animal, and an animal's duty was to contribute. Who would blame you for killing an animal? But Mo Qingdi was a person who sought the path of martial arts. If he wanted to progress in martial arts, he must keep his heart at ease and his mind clear. If it did that, there would be a crack in his martial arts heart. Perhaps it wouldn't affect him now, but it would be magnified infinitely in his martial arts journey in the future. It would become a stain in his heart. How could he seek the path of martial arts? How could he achieve the path of martial arts? A man and a beast stared at each other in silence. Mo Qingdi's mouth was gasping for air, and Ice Dragon was also breathing softly. In front of Mo Qingdi's mouth was a large cloud of mist, and in front of Ice Dragon was a small cloud of mist. Someone or a dog had to break the awkward atmosphere. The host dog obviously didn't have such awareness, so this was something only Mo Qingdi could do. Mo Qingdi took out a flame rat from his snack bag and gently tossed it in front of Ice Dragon. Just like how men pass each other cigarettes when they meet. Mo Qingdi didn't smoke, so he took out his snack bag and gave it to Ice Dragon as a gesture of goodwill. Mo Qingdi made an inviting gesture, indicating that Ice Dragon should enjoy the food he gave him. Ice Dragon glanced at the flame rat thrown by Mo Qingdi, then turned around and walked into the depths of the cave. Not long after, it once again ran in front of Mo Qingdi. Slap, it threw the thing in its mouth in front of Mo Qingdi. Mo Qingdi looked at it and was instantly shocked. 9 petals snow lotus. This kind of snow lotus has 9 petals, and it takes 3 years for each petal to grow. Moreover, this kind of 9-petal snow lotus can only grow in extremely cold places. It can't exist in other places. As Mo Qingdi stared at the snow lotus with his mouth wide open, Ice Dragon once again turned around and ran into the cave. Slap, another object was thrown in front of Mo Qingdi. Baby ginseng. This kind of mountain ginseng was shaped like a child, hence its name. It was said that it could only be found under the icebergs in extremely cold places. But the icebergs were covered with layers of ice, how would you know where to find ginseng? Slap, some kind of fiery red fruit of unknown origin. Slap, a red carp weighing dozens of kilograms. There was an ice river under the glacier, and the red carp was a special product of the ice river. Its meat was delicious, and it was highly nutritious. In the second year of Mo Qingdi's arrival in the extremely cold places, he accidentally caught a red carp weighing 1 kilogram in the ice river. Mo Qingdi only had a few meals with that fish, and it was the best food he had ever eaten since he arrived in this extremely cold place. Most of the time, he ate flame rats, and only when he wanted to improve his life could he eat snow snakes. Slap, slap, slap. Ice Dragon's speed was very fast, so in front of Mo Qingdi, there was a small mountain of all kinds of rare and delicious food. Finally, Ice Dragon stopped running back into the cave, but looked at Mo Qingdi provocatively, and used its nose to point at the food it threw in front of Mo Qingdi, meaning, "Eat, I have plenty of food." "You flaunt your wealth like this." Mo Qingdi's voice was dry, and the flame rat thrown in front of Ice Dragon looked even more pitiful. "It's not too safe, is it?" Chapter 606. Fang Yen had shown an amazing capacity for alcohol since he was very young. But because of his mediocre behavior, he was Mo Qingdi's second favorite drinking buddy. In first place was Yuan Rou. Once, Mo Qingdi had just finished a new jar of wine and invited Fang Yen over to taste it. When Mo Qingdi placed his hand-brewed Shaozi in front of Fang Yan only glanced at it disdainfully, then ran back to his room and brought back a box of Maotai. The box of wine was as old as the Maotai factory was built. It was said that Phoenix stole it from her grandfather. Mo Qingdi was so angry that he drank the entire box of wine. When Mo Qingdi first saw this transparent dog, he felt a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out what was so familiar about it. He thought it was a subconscious feeling, that this was the ice dragon that he had to find in his destiny. He saw the disdainful look in the transparent dog's eyes when it saw the flame rat, and the triumphant look when it crazily moved its treasures in front of him for him to enjoy. It was exactly the same face as Fang Yan when he was young. From their expressions to their actions, this transparent dog was practically a miniature version of Fang Yan. And they were equally shameless. In real life, people like to call people who like to show off their wealth a dog. Now Mo Qingdi saw with his own eyes a transparent dog running in front of him to show off its wealth. Moreover, even someone as knowledgeable as Mo Qingdi could not help but admit that this dog was truly rich. It was practically overflowing with wealth. Seeing that Mo Qingdi was standing there motionless, Ice Dragon thought that he was too embarrassed to enjoy, so it came over with a red fruit in its mouth and took the initiative to walk toward Mo Qingdi. Mo Qingdi's heart trembled, and he looked at Ice Dragon with a face full of surprise. It trusted me. It believed that I would not hurt it, so it unscrupulously took the initiative to approach me. This feeling of being inexplicably trusted is really good, so good that people can't bear to break it. Mo Qingdi held out his hand, and Ice Dragon put the fruit in its mouth into Mo Qingdi's palm, then raised its head and looked at him expectantly. Mo Qingdi grabbed a handful of snow and wiped the fruit, washing away Ice Dragon's saliva, and then took a bite of the red fruit. Crunch, crisp, sweet, and juicy. This was the tastiest fruit Mo Qingdi had ever eaten. Mo Qingdi grinned and shoved the remaining half of the fruit into his mouth. The ice dragon was also very happy. It jumped up and down in front of Mo Qingdi with an adorable expression that said, "I told you it was delicious, now you know I didn't lie. I can't kill you." Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said. He looked at the little transparent dog as if he was looking at a young Fang Yan. How could he bear to kill it? Just like how it was impossible for him to kill Fang Yan, because Fang Yan was like his child. Ice Dragon did not understand what Mo Qingdi was saying, it only saw Mo Qingdi talking to it. It thought that it had been praised, and that Mo Qingdi was telling it, "The food you gave me is really delicious." So, it ran to fetch a similar red fruit and placed it in Mo Qingdi's palm. "Eat it." It looked at Mo Qingdi with a proud expression. "I know you don't understand." Mo Qingdi took the fruit and looked at Ice Dragon with a serious expression and said, "But I still want to thank you. You are my savior." Recently, Jiang Zhulu had been feeling uneasy. To him, this was the darkest period of his life. His father died tragically, the Longtu group that was controlled by the Jiang family was torn apart, and a part of the shares fell into the hands of Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga. When he thought of this, he wanted to scream and go crazy. That is compromise. He comforted himself countless times. Only smart people know how to compromise. Fang Yan had snatched Jiang Shangxin away from him. What kind of evidence did Jiang Shangxin have? He could only infer from some of the unusual details of Jiang Shangxin that she must have something that was harmful to them, but Jiang Zhulu had no way of knowing what it was. The general's order suddenly disappeared without a word of warning. Where did he go? The incident at One Sword Peak was a mystery. Those who knew about it had all disappeared, and no one came to tell him what had happened. His greatest support was the general family. It was the general medallion that the general family had stood up to speak for him. If the general medallion disappeared or he lost his status in the general family, he would have no choice but to hug the thigh of the general line again. He could not get through to Jiang Junling on the phone, so he felt that it was necessary to inform General Hang. Although this kind of behavior might be misunderstood by the general as betrayal, but, if you leave without saying a word, isn't that also a kind of betrayal to your allies? Jiang Zhulu was very angry in his heart. He felt that the business partners he was working with were too unscrupulous. Jiang Zhulu rummaged in the drawer and finally found General Hang's name card in the corner. He dialed the number on the name card and the call was quickly connected. "Is this Zhulu?" A man's voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Zhulu could tell that it was General Hang's voice that he was familiar with. Jiang Zhulu was touched. He did not expect General Hang to save his number. He smiled and said, "Master, it's me, Zhulu." "Zhulu, long time no see. I haven't seen you drinking in Yanjing recently." General Hang chuckled. "Master, you know that there have been too many things happening recently, Zhulu. I know what happened to your father. You have to restrain your grief and take care of your health. You are the only pillar of the Jiang family now, so you must not fall. Also, I know a little about the Longtu group. You don't have to worry about it. You're still young, and you'll soon be able to build a bigger family business for yourself. I believe that you have the ability, and I also believe that you have the foresight." General Hang said that he believed that he had foresight, but what foresight? Jiang Zhulu understood the meaning behind General Hang's words and said sincerely, "Master, please take care of me in the future." General Hang was very satisfied with Jiang Zhulu's attitude and said, "Zhulu, you are too kind. I am just an idle person in the family, so I don't usually care about these things. However, you are Shangxin's husband and my brother-in-law. We are a family. Your matters are my matters. Thank you, Master." Jiang Zhulu's heart was finally at ease. The general had left, and the general had replaced him. Finally, he had found another thick thigh to cling to. However, what exactly happened to Jiang Junling? "Master, did the military order come back to Yanjing?" "He didn't even inform us when he left." Jiang Zhulu had to ask this question. No matter what, he used to be a close friend of Jiang Junling's. If you turned a blind eye to your previous master just because you clung to General Hang's thigh, how would General Hang view you? Moreover, he asked this question after he had General Hang's backing. This showed that he valued his relationship with General Hang more. As for asking about Jiang Junling's whereabouts, that was merely out of courtesy. With General Hang's intelligence, he would definitely understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. General Hang's voice was slightly heavy as he said, "The military order disappeared in Huacheng a few days ago, and everyone in the family is looking for him, but he sent someone back to report that he is fine and just wants to leave for a while to relax. Then, I will have to trouble you in the future." Jiang Zhulu congratulated him vaguely. With Jiang Junling's disappearance, the general family had to push out a new person, and that person was naturally General Hang. Jiang Zhulu had been suppressed for so many years by the words one should have a son like Jiang Junling. As the eldest brother, he must be feeling very indignant, right? "Let's work hard together." General Hang smiled and said, "A fence needs 3 stakes, and a good man needs 3 helpers. I am not as talented as the military order, so I need the support of my friends. Zhulu will follow your lead from now on, young master." Jiang Zhulu promised. "You're treating me like an outsider." General Hang's smile became even more carefree. "By the way, if there's a military order to contact you, please let me know in time. No one in the family knows where he is, and he disappeared without even handing over the business he was in charge of. The family is in a mess. The old man is very displeased with his behavior of disappearing without notifying him. I know what to do," Jiang Zhulu said. After obtaining his loyalty, General Hang gave him some very important information. Jiang Junling had indeed disappeared. Not only did he not notify him, he didn't even say hello to anyone in the general family. Moreover, he didn't have the time to hand over all the work he was in charge of, and because of his departure, there was a gap in management. Most importantly, the old man was very displeased with his behavior of disappearing without notifying him. Does this mean that General Hang has already replaced Jiang Junling's position in the general family? Jiang Zhulu secretly rejoiced that he had made the call in time. If he waited for the general's command to come knocking on his door, then he would lose a precious initiative. Where did the general's order go? Jiang Zhulu couldn't help but think of Fang Yan. Could it be that Jiang Junling had been gotten rid of by Fang Yan? Jiang Zhuliu's worries rippled in his heart as he thought of that delicate-looking young man. He was really a scourge. Ring, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Zhulu saw that it was a call from the secretary outside and asked, "Lily, what's the matter?" "Chairman Jiang, Miss Jiang wants to see you," the secretary's voice sounded. "Miss Jiang?" Jiang Zhulu thought for a while and asked, "Jiang Shangxin?" "It's me." This time, it wasn't Lily's voice, but Jiang Shangxin's. Jiang Zhuliu's face turned gloomy. The one who came did not come with good intentions. Jiang Shangxin had been taken away by Fang Yan at the airport, but this time, she took the initiative to look for him. Jiang Zhulu would not believe that she didn't have any ulterior motives. "Jiang Shangxin, you really know how to make people sad." Chapter 607. Jiang Shangxin pushed the door open and entered, just like how she had visited Jiang Zhulu countless times in the past. The difference was that Jiang Zhulu did not stand up to welcome her this time. Jiang Zhulu sat behind his desk and stared coldly at Jiang Shangxin, who was walking in gracefully. With a face full of mockery, he said, "Isn't this my wife? It's been a long time. It's strange that it's so difficult to see my wife." Jiang Shangxin did not respond to Jiang Zhuliu's question. She walked straight to the sofa area in the office and sat down. Then, she pressed the service bell. The secretary, Lily, pushed the door open and asked, "Chairman Jiang, what can I do for you?" Jiang Zhulu waved his hands and gestured for Lily to leave. Jiang Shangxin said, "Bring me a cup of coffee. You know my taste." "Okay, Miss Jiang." The secretary knew that there was a conflict between the chairman and Jiang Shangxin, but she did not know the extent of it. In her opinion, wasn't it normal for a married couple to quarrel? As for the chairman's wife's request, she naturally had to do her best to satisfy it. The secretary left and quickly brought in a cup of freshly ground Americano black coffee with a spoonful of milk and half a spoonful of sugar. This was Jiang Shangxin's usual taste. Jiang Shangxin took the black coffee and took a deep breath. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Lily. You know me better than a man, Miss Jiang, you are too polite." Lily could tell that there was something wrong with his tone. She looked at Jiang Zhulu with an aggrieved expression and left hurriedly. Jiang Zhulu leaned against the back of the chair and looked at Jiang Shangxin, who was sitting a distance away, enjoying the coffee. He said, "You left in a hurry the last time, but you came back openly this time. I was still waiting for the news that you were safe after landing in Paris. In the end, you ran away with another man. I don't know where you went. What do you want to say this time? Lay all your cards on the table? Prepare to divorce me?" Jiang Shangxin took a small sip of her coffee and said, "I ran away in a hurry the other time because there was a mad dog chasing after me. It was still bearable to let him bite my finger, but if I were to get bitten on my throat, I might not be able to keep my life. How could I not run away?" Jiang Zhulu laughed heartily. He stood up and walked toward the resting area where Jiang Shangxin was. He looked into her eyes and said, "A mad dog is still a mad dog. Aren't you afraid of getting your throat bitten off by a mad dog? That would depend on whether a mad dog is willing to eat it." "Why?" Jiang Zhulu stared at Jiang Shangxin's slender neck and said, "Did you smear poison on your neck? If there really is one, mad dog wouldn't mind trying." As Jiang Zhulu spoke, he had already sat down beside Jiang Shangxin and reached out to stroke her neck. Jiang Shangxin avoided his lecherous hands and said, "It's because I have the dog-beating stick. If a dog dares to bare its teeth at me, I'll hit it with a stick." Jiang Zhulu stopped what he was doing and stared at Jiang Shangxin with a burning gaze. "Is that so? I'm really curious, what kind of dog-beating stick is it? Take a guess." Jiang Zhulu sat up straight and crossed his arms in a businesslike manner. He said, "Jiang Shangxin, since you're here today, you're naturally not here to reminisce about old times with me. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Are you scared? Are you anxious?" Jiang Shangxin looked at Jiang Zhulu and said, "Actually, it's nothing much, I'm just here to humiliate you." Jiang Zhulu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed heartily. He looked at Jiang Shangxin and said, "This way of speaking is very familiar, it sounds like someone, let me think, who is it? Are you talking about Fang Yan?" "Yes, Fang Yan." Jiang Zhulu smiled and nodded, saying, "His way of speaking is always so simple and direct. He doesn't hide anything and goes straight to the point, ruthlessly stabbing a person in the chest. No matter how much time has passed, every time I think about it, my heart will ache faintly. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for only a few days, you would learn some of his essence. That proves that I'm quite talented." Jiang Shangxin smiled and said, "Jiang Zhulu, you're so smart, you must have known that this day would come, right? What kind of day?" Jiang Zhulu wasn't afraid of Jiang Shangxin's threat and said, "I work in the president's office on the top floor of a building worth tens of billions of dollars. I can see the entire city from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and there's a beautiful secretary at the door who satisfies all my requests. As long as I need her, she's willing to take off her clothes and kneel in front of me. I can decide the fate of tens of thousands of people with a single sentence, and I can make many people lose sleep at night with a glance. Jiang Shangxin, I knew that this day would come, I just didn't expect it to come so soon." "So, you didn't hesitate to kill your own father with your own hands?" Jiang Shangxin asked coldly. She didn't treat this man as a human, but as a biting dog, an extremely aggressive beast. Jiang Zhulio's expression was ferocious and he said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I really didn't kill my father, it was Fang Yan, your new boyfriend. Don't be fooled by his gentle and refined appearance, he's ruthless and vicious. As your husband, I still have to warn you. Be careful that he doesn't eat you up and kick you away, swallowing you up to the point where not even your bones are left. Thank you for your kindness." Jiang Shangxin said. "You really are a dutiful ex-husband." "Ex-husband?" Jiang Zhulu laughed and said, "I really didn't intend to divorce you. Although you have a new man, I love you so much, how can I bear to let you leave me? Shangxin, do you know? You're my most precious asset now. No matter what happens, I want to be with you." Jiang Shangxin stirred the coffee in the cup with a steel spoon. After hearing what Jiang Zhulu said, she giggled and tucked her long hair behind her ear. She said, "Jiang Zhulu, did you think that I came here today to lay all my cards on the table and divorce you? Did I want to take away half of your family's wealth? This has nothing to do with money, I just can't imagine how I can survive without you." Jiang Zhulu said such touching words of love, but his gaze toward Jiang Shangxin was filled with hatred and coldness. He knew very well that the wife he had married was not a kind person. In the past, he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he felt that such a wife would have the desire to conquer. However, as the situation developed, he already felt that it was difficult for him to control her. The previous time when he sent her off at the airport, he had bitten one of her fingers. After that, she eloped with Fang Yan, which proved that she was clear about the situation she would face when she went to Paris. Now, she was back to take revenge. "If that's what you think, then you're underestimating me." Jiang Shangxin chuckled and said, "We are husband and wife. All of your assets belong to us. Although you don't have enough shares in the Longtu group now, you will have more or less some. If you go to jail and go to the police station, won't all these shares fall into my hands? Divorce? How is that possible? Jiang Zhulu, when you are in danger, I will not leave you no matter what. Jiang Shangxin stared at Jiang Zhulu fiercely, and her voice was filled with endless hatred. She said, I will always be by your side, I will take away everything from you, I will make you have nothing. Why do you want a divorce? Even if you take away half of the assets after the divorce, you will still have the other half. I don't want to wait until you are released from prison to have a lot of money for you to squander. Jiang Zhulu, I hope that you die in prison. Even if you are released, I want you to become a beggar on the streets. You are a good husband, and I have to work hard to be a good wife. Are you satisfied with this? The premise of you saying all this is that I will go to prison. If I don't go to prison, everything will still be in my hands, and you will still not get anything. You can forget about taking away Longtu from me. It is also my duty to send you to prison. Jiang Shangxin said calmly. In that case, you already have evidence in your hands that can throw me into prison? Yes. Jiang Shangxin said. I think it is enough. If you have evidence, you can just hand it over to the police station. Is there a need to tell me all this? Jiang Zhuliu's face turned green and he said, moreover, I will transfer the assets that belong to me to my relatives. I will let you have everything, your relatives. Transfer to who? Jiang Shangxin's face was full of disdain. She said, if you really treat them as your relatives, then don't harm them. If you give your assets to your mother, do you think they will let her off? Your father's death has already given her a fatal blow. If you give your shares to her, you will be forcing her to a dead end. However, I quite agree with you doing this, because you will realize that not only will you have nothing, but you will also have no relatives in this world. Jiang Shangxin. Jiang Zhulu shouted at Jiang Shangxin. He pressed Shangxin's palm down and said, sit down quietly. I have already said that I am here to humiliate you. The angrier you are, the more I feel satisfied. The more I feel, the better I feel. Jiang Zhuliu's eyes were bloodshot with violence. He stared at Jiang Shangxin with a stern expression and said, you should know that I can make you disappear from this world directly. Tell me, if I push you down from this building and say that you jumped down yourself, do you think others will believe me? Chapter 608. Miss, what do you think this is? Fang Yingying held a dollar coin in his hand and asked with a smile. Sir, please come down from my desk. Lily looked at him coldly as if she was looking at an idiot. Don't be so stingy. I'm your boss's bodyguard, and you're your boss's secretary. They're a couple, we might be able to develop a relationship. But unfortunately, I already have a girl I like. So, we can only be ordinary friends. Fang Yingying sat on Lily's desk and said with a cheeky smile. Lily rolled her eyes and said, Sir, please don't disturb my work. Otherwise, I'll call the security guards to kick you out. Have you considered the mood of your lady boss before you do this? Or do you want to replace your lady boss as the new lady boss? Okay, I'm just joking. Come, watch carefully, I'll show you a magic trick. After you see my magic trick, you won't want to see anyone else perform magic anymore. As Fang Yingying spoke, he suddenly threw the coin in his hand into the sky. Clank, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the coin. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Fang Yingying's hand that was holding the coin clenched into a fist. Lily's eyes couldn't help but be attracted to Fang Yingying's performance. Come, blow on my fist. Fang Yingying brought his fist in front of Lily. Lily sneered and moved her head away from the fleshy fist. I'll do it myself. Fang Yingxiong leaned over and blew on his fist. Then, he suddenly opened his fist. Dang 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 dang, no. Lily also looked at Fang Yingying's fat palm in surprise. She clearly saw him holding the coin in his hand. How did this man really make the coin disappear? Strange. Where did the coin go? Fang Yingying said with a smile. He reached out to touch Lily's head. In my hair, said Lily. Although she hadn't seen any magic in real life, she had seen countless magic performances on TV, in movies, and at New Year's parties every year. She understood the tricks of those people. They could make pigeons out of hats, eggs out of people's hair, or even stranger things. Fang Yingying rubbed his hand over Lily's head, then opened his palm and said, "No." Fang Yingying's hand brushed across Lily's neck, then he opened his palm and said, "Still nothing." Fang Yingying's hand still wanted to touch Lily's chest, but Lily pushed it away and said, "If you keep doing this, I'm going to call security. Don't you want to solve the mystery?" Fang Yingying asked with a smile. Boring, Lily said disdainfully. This method of picking up girls was too outdated. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Fang Yingying pointed at his shoe and said, "I didn't catch it just now, so the coin fell on my shoe. You didn't expect that, did you?" Lily really wanted to beat this fatso to death. This was the most annoying fatso she'd ever seen. Am I right? After seeing my performance, do you not want to see other people perform magic anymore? Fang Yingying asked with a proud expression. You're right. Lily glared at Fang Yingying and said, "I don't want to see magic anymore for the rest of my life. After the hero, there will be no more heroes." Fang Yingying felt lonely at the top. This was a war. Jiang Zhulu knew this very well. This woman was a poisonous snake that wanted to bite people. Right now, she opened her sexy little mouth and was about to spit venom at him. Of course, he couldn't just let himself be captured. Bang! Jiang Zhulu suddenly opened his palm in midair and said aloud, "Your beautiful body will fall from this tall building and smash into pieces on the hard concrete floor." Someone screamed, and more people ran over to watch. "The police will draw a circle with chalk along your body, and your mother will cry her heart out on top of your body. She just lost a family member, and soon, she'll lose another one. I feel very bad in my heart too. After all, you're my wife, the woman I love the most in my life, and I'm so familiar with your body." Jiang Zhulu, Jiang Shangxin gritted her teeth and said. "Why? You can't take it anymore? Didn't you say it before? You're here to humiliate me, so you have to be prepared to be humiliated." Jiang Shangxin thought for a while, and her beautiful eyebrows smoothed out again. She smiled and said, "The story is very interesting, and then? I'll tell them that we had an intense argument, and I'll also use the video of you being taken away by another man on the plane to tell them that you've cheated. I'll tell them that you forced me to divorce you. I wasn't willing to agree to it, so you threatened to jump off the building. In the end, the heel of my shoe became unstable, and I accidentally fell. Oh yes, Lily can also prove that everything I said is true. This is my territory, and you have to die however I want you to die. Everyone here is my people, and they have to say whatever I want them to say. My reputation will suffer a little, but who the hell cares about their reputation at this point in time?" Jiang Zhulio's body slowly moved closer to Jiang Shangxin. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and said, "Shangxin, why do you have to do this? 100 years of hard work, and 1,000 years of hard work, we can sleep together. We're a married couple, so why do we have to go this far? We did have some conflicts in the past, but they were all caused by Jiang Junling. You know that second young master is a little extreme, and he will definitely get what he wants. No one can resist him. But it won't happen in the future, because he suddenly disappeared, as if he had never been to Huacheng. Let's just treat the past as an unpleasant dream, okay? I just spoke to young Master Juanxing on the phone, and he hopes that I can give him some support. Young Master Juanxing has a gentler personality, and I believe that he will treat us well and support us. The Jiang family will rise again, and Longtu will prosper once again. Shangxin, you will still be respected by the world and envied by all women. Let's start over, okay? Xiaofan giggled so hard that the coffee in the coffee cup splashed out. Xiaofan giggled so hard that her entire body trembled. She placed the coffee cup on the coffee table in front of her, smiled, and said, "Jiang Zhulu, I have to say that you are indeed a talent. A shameless person is invincible. Jiang Junling just left, and you're already cozying up to young Master Juanxing? How much do you want to make life difficult for the Jiang family?" Jiang Zhulu chuckled and said, "I can't help it, the Jiang family has the thickest thighs. If I send you to prison, it will be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the Jiang family." Jiang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Although I don't like the Jiang family. I don't like the Jiang family either." Jiang Zhulu reached out to hold Jiang Xiaofan's hand and said, "So, why don't we replace them with the Jiang family?" "Jiang Zhulu, how dare you say something like this? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Everyone knows this, so why can't we say it out loud?" Jiang Zhulu smiled and said. Jiang Xiaofan dodged Jiang Zhulu's evil claws and slapped him on the face. Smack! "Don't touch me, I feel disgusted when I see a man like you." Jiang Zhulu ignored the purplish-red bruise on his face and grinned. "Didn't you specially rush over to see a disgusting man like me?" "No, I wanted to witness something." "What is it?" "Witness you being arrested by the police." Jiang Zhulu stared at Jiang Xiaofan with a sharp gaze and said, "Did you bring the police here?" "Of course." Clang! The electronic door to the office was pushed open, and Fang Yingying walked in with a group of men in police uniforms. The secretary, Lily, followed behind them in a panic and explained to Jiang Zhulu anxiously, "Boss, they stole my access card." When Fang Yingying was performing magic for Lily, he had already taken the electronic card from her chest, which allowed her to enter Jiang Zhulu's office freely. It was also because of Fang Yingying's help that these police officers were able to stand at the entrance of Jiang Zhulu's office without any obstruction. Jiang Zhulu waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Jiang Zhulu stared at the police officers who were walking toward him and asked, "May I know what crime I have committed that requires all of you to come and arrest me?" The middle-aged police officer who was leading the team showed his identification to Jiang Zhulu and said in a deep voice, "I am Chen Aiyang, the team leader of the crime squad. We suspect that you are involved in an intentional murder case. Please follow us back for investigation." While Chen Aiyang was speaking, the other policemen had already cleverly surrounded Jiang Zhulu. After all, the person they were facing was a murderer. This kind of person was extremely dangerous, and no one knew what kind of crazy things he would do. "I want to see my lawyer," Jiang Zhulu said. He said to the secretary, "Lily, call lawyer Zhang." "No, get the entire legal team of the company here." Just as Lily was about to make the call, Jiang Xiaofan got up from the sofa, looked at Lily, and said, "Jiang Zhulu has been arrested, and I am in charge of all the matters of the Longta group now. Oh, I am also in charge of Jiang Zhulu's personal matters." Lily looked at Jiang Zhulu with a troubled expression and hesitated if she should make the call immediately. Jiang Zhulu had been arrested by the police, and Jiang Xiaofan had become the new controller of the Longtu group. If she still listened to Jiang Zhulu's orders, how would Jiang Xiaofan deal with her? "Lily," Jiang Zhulu looked at Lily calmly and said, "I will be fine, and I will be back very soon. Call lawyer Zhang." Jiang Xiaofan walked to the police officers and said, "Comrade police, he is my husband, and he is a scumbag. Take him away, I will find him the best lawyer." Chen Aiyang waved his hand and shouted, "Take him away." Chapter 609. Jiang Xiaofan was indeed not here to divorce Jiang Zhulu. It would be too easy for him to do so now. As his wife, Jiang Xiaofan had a lot of power to make decisions when Jiang Zhulu was a suspect. For example, she could ask the police to take Jiang Zhulu away, decide when to let the company's lawyer intervene, and even decide whether the lawyer would plead for Jiang Zhulu's innocence or guilt. Obviously, Jiang Zhulu realized that he was in a very dangerous situation. Jiang Shangxin, you be asterisk tch, Jiang Zhulu scolded. You're setting me up. I did not do anything, I was framed. Jiang Shangxin looked at the team leader of the crime squad, Chen Aiyang, and said, from now on, can everything he says be used as evidence in court? Logically speaking, yes. Chen Aiyang nodded. I won't do that. Jiang Shangxin said, because he is my husband. I love him. Chen Aiyang chuckled and said, Miss Jiang is the victim. If you are not willing to pursue his responsibility, then we can pretend that nothing happened. Thank you for your understanding. Jiang Shangxin said gratefully. Then I will have to trouble you. Help me take good care of my husband, and don't torture him. He has never suffered in his life. You are too polite. We will take good care of him. Chen Aiyang waved his hand and Jiang Zhulu was taken away by a group of police officers. Jiang Shangxin, you be asterisk tch, you will regret it if you dare to plot against me, Lily, call lawyer Zhang, Jiang Zhulu shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was getting further and further away. When the office door was closed again, his voice had completely disappeared. Jiang Shangxin was not only here to witness the moment when Jiang Zhulu was taken away by the police. She also wanted to take control of the Longtu group after Jiang Zhulu was taken away, so that there would not be any internal chaos in the Longtu group. This would give people with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. Only Jiang Shangxin, Fang Yingying, and Lily were left in the office. Just as Lily was about to leave, Jiang Shangxin shouted, Lily. Lily shuddered, turned around, and asked Jiang Shangxin, Miss Jiang, do you have any other instructions? He sat Shangxin down on Jiang Zhulyo's swivel chair and leaned back slightly. Looking up at Lily, who was sitting cautiously in front of him, he said, let's have a chat. Lily became even more nervous and said, Miss Jiang, what do you want to talk about? I don't know anything. I'm just Mr. Zhang's secretary. I don't know what he did. Lily, do you remember what I said just now? You understand me better than any man, so I'm happy to let you continue to be the secretary of the chairman. Lily looked at Jiang Shangxin in shock and asked, Miss Jiang, is this true? Yes. That's what I think, Jiang Shangxin said. However, there's still a small barrier in my heart. I feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Zhulu is my man, my husband. It's natural for me to have sex with my man, and you've also had sex with my man, Sister Jiang Shang. Lily's beautiful face lost all color and said, do you want to say that you didn't? I'm not, you didn't do it willingly? Miss Jiang, I'm wrong, Lily was at a loss for words. Being able to become Jiang Zhulyo's secretary, she was naturally the best choice in terms of capability. However, when facing an opponent like Jiang Shangxin, she was obviously not as capable as she wished. Jiang Shangxin waved her hand and said, what's done is done. Since it has already happened, we can only face it bravely. Who asked us women to be born in a weaker position? The cracks have already appeared, and I'm willing to do some things to make up for it. In that case, what kind of effort are you willing to put in? Lily clenched her teeth. After hesitating for a while, she said, I have a name list here. It's a list of the higher-ups in Longtu Group who are usually close to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Shangxin nodded her head in satisfaction and said, Lily, go and pour me another cup of coffee. The workload today is a little heavy. Yes, Miss Jiang. Lily replied and walked out quickly to execute Jiang Shangxin's orders. From this moment onwards, she had changed her identity to become Jiang Shangxin's female secretary. Jiang Shangxin then shifted her gaze to Fang Yingying's face and said, Hero. Fang Yingying was shocked and said, Miss Jiang, I have never slept with your husband, I don't like men. Furthermore, I already have a woman I like. She's a beautiful police officer. I'm currently launching a fierce attack on her, Fang Yingying explained with a serious look on his face. You must believe me on this. Jiang Shangxin sighed helplessly and said, are all men with the surname Fang so cheap? Not really. Fang Yingying shook his head and said, some men who don't have the surname Fang are also very cheap. Jiang Shangxin took the cup of coffee that Lily brought over and drank it to moisten her throat. Only then was she able to continue the conversation with Fang Yingying. She said, I really have to thank you for today. I only used a brilliant magic trick to confuse the secretary and found the special elevator card and Jiang Zhuliu's office card from her. Actually, I wasn't of much help, Fang Yingying said humbly. I still have to thank you. Jiang Shangxin stood up. She was very clear about the relationship between Fang Yingying and Fang Yan. She really couldn't put on the airs of a superior when dealing with this person. Can you give me some personal space? I want to make a few phone calls. You want me to go out first, right? Just tell me directly. Fang Yingying said, I'm a very smart person. I'll understand once you say it. After Fang Yingying walked out, Jiang Shangxin took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed a familiar number. The call was picked up very quickly. Jiang Shangxin said in a sweet voice, the matter has been settled. Jiang Zhulu has been taken away by Officer Chen from the crime squad. What instructions do you have? Take control of Longtu. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Longtu Group is so big and complicated. I'm afraid I can't do it. Jiang Shangxin said timidly. A man's teasing laughter came from the other end of the line. He said, are you sure you can't do it? If you really think that you're not capable, then I'll get someone else to do it. I believe that Chaoga can do it well. You're so annoying. Jiang Shangxin said coquettishly, I'm just saying. Can't you encourage me? With the shares in my hands and the shares that you can control now, we have enough power to speak in Longtu Group. What's left is to kick out the other unimportant people. Can you do it? I'll work hard. Jiang Shangxin said. Not work hard. You must do it. The man's voice became stern. He said, I know it's difficult. You have to face the Lan family and the Jiang family. You can only choose between the Jiang family and me. If you can't do it, I'll choose someone who can. Yes. I'll definitely do it. Jiang Shangxin clenched her teeth and said. I believe you. The man's voice became gentle again. It's not too late to quit now. I don't like to force others. I don't like to put others in a dilemma. That kind of feeling, it's really not good. I can't quit. Jiang Shangxin said, because I know that this is my best chance. Good luck. The man said. When are you coming back? When can I see you? Everything depends on fate. The man said. The call had been hung up. She could only hear the busy tone. Jiang Shangxin held her phone in a daze. She thought that the most important thing for her now was to control the overall situation. She pressed the phone and said, Lily, ask Lawyer Zhang to come and see me. Everything depends on fate. Tian Jizi was busy cutting the dried herbs into small neat pieces. He answered without turning his head. What kind of person is fated destiny? Fang Yan said impatiently, where does he live? I'll go and ask him when he's going to give me the Tai Chi painting. It's not the right time yet. Tian Jizi said. Am I the dragon soul guardian that you've chosen? Yes. Tian Jizi replied. One of them. You said that you'll give me the Tai Chi painting as long as I achieve the Heart of Three Treasures. Fang Yan said. I said that you'll have the chance to become my disciple when you achieve the Heart of Three Treasures. Tian Jizi said. Aren't you guys lying? Fang Yan said angrily, it's like you tricked someone to spend 1 million on a lottery ticket, but the first prize is a bicycle. Tian Jizi waved the medicine knife in his hand and slashed at Fang Yan's head. He shouted, who are you calling a bicycle? Fang Yan cleverly dodged the attack and said, old man, don't be angry. I just want to reason with you. You've kept me in suspense, but you're not willing to take it out for me to see. I still don't know if there's such a thing as the Tai Chi painting. The Tai Chi painting isn't with me. Tianjizi said. Fang Yen opened his eyes wide and asked, where is it? Where it should be. Do you know what I don't like the most about you quacks? You're always rambling on and on. Things that can be explained in a single sentence, but you're making it so confusing. Where exactly is it? Tianjizi put down the hatchet and took the towel from Fang Yen to wipe his hands. Then, he took the teacup from Fang Yen and took a sip of tea. Then, he said, are you really ready to accept the Tai Chi painting and take on the responsibility of protecting the dragon soul? I'm not ready yet. Fang Yen said. I just want to check the goods first. To see what the Tai Chi painting is. Chapter 610. Fang Yen was not despicable. He felt that he was just too smart. Here was a very simple example. If there was an item priced at 1 million, as long as you brought 1 million, you might be able to own this item. In that case, wouldn't you first have to look at the magic of this item before you would have the motivation to desperately earn that 1 million? Another simpler example, if there was a girl, you had to treat her well for the rest of your life. Then, you had to know and understand this girl first before you were willing to entrust your life to her. First a blind date, then a marriage. That was the right thing to do. How could there be people who didn't even see a girl's face or touch her hand, yet they wanted someone to take responsibility first? What kind of behavior was that? That was an arranged marriage in a feudal society. That was an immoral act of restricting personal freedom. First let me see what the Tai Chi diagram looks like and what's so magical about it. Only then will I be willing to fulfill the responsibility of protecting the dragon soul. Although I still don't know what the dragon soul is and why we need to protect it. As Fang Yen spoke, he stared unblinkingly at Tianjizi's body. As soon as he felt something was wrong, he would turn around and run for his life. If you just throw me a black and white Tai Chi diagram that can be bought for 10 yuan on the street and then say that the responsibility of protecting the dragon soul will be handed over to me, what's the difference between you and those swindlers who sell martial arts manuals on the street and throw a copy of The Buddha's Palm to those swindlers who say that the responsibility of protecting the peace of the universe will be handed over to them? Master, times have changed. There are fewer swindlers. We have to find a way to improve the professional level of swindlers. If not, why don't you go back to the headquarters and study? This time, Tianjizi was not angry. Holding the teacup, he carefully tasted the exquisite ambergris and said, speaking of which, it makes sense. Then you mean that I can look at the Tai Chi diagram first? No. Tianjizi said. Although what you said is very reasonable. But the Tai Chi diagram has been passed down for thousands of years, and there has never been a candidate as difficult as you. Everyone who is selected will regard it as their greatest honor. They will try their best to complete the test and become the final winner of the Tai Chi diagram. This rule has never changed, and it will not change for anyone in the future. You know it's a bad habit, but you still insist on it? Fang Yen said helplessly. There's no right or wrong, it's just a matter of personal choice. If you think it's worth it, then give it your all. If you think it's not worth it, then don't look at it. Tianjizi said, if anyone could go there and take a look, what mystery would there be in the Tai Chi diagram? When I get my hands on this Tai Chi painting, I'll make 1,000 copies of it. I'll give a copy to whoever has a good relationship with me. I'll also give a copy to whoever says I'm handsome. Tianjizi laughed out loud and said, the premise is that you can obtain the Tai Chi diagram. The divine Jizi looked at Fang Yen and said, after this period of recuperation, your body has more or less recovered. As long as you don't use too much strength, there won't be too much danger. But you still haven't left the mountain. Why is that? Fang Yen looked at the setting sun on the top of the mountain in the distance and said softly, "What is righteousness? What is evil? What is love? What was hatred? A person's life is 100 years long. Is it the ambition in our hearts that we pursue? Or is it the worldly view? If God has eyes, then he should open his eyes and take a good look at the world, to see that there are so many despicable, shameless, and ruthless bad people in the world, and there are also good people like me who are pure, kind, and hold on to our ideals. The bad people should be sent to hell, and the good people should be allowed to enjoy the happiness of the world, speak like a normal person." The divine Jizi had to stop this guy from expressing himself and praising himself. It was said that everyone had a face, but he had never seen Fang Yen go out with a face. He didn't know where he usually hid his face. "I'm just thinking that everyone's time is very precious. You should give me the Tai Chi diagram as soon as possible to save time. You've been looking for it for so many years. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Anyway, it will be mine sooner or later, so it's better to give it to me as soon as possible." Fang Yen said it so confidently that no one could refute him at all. "Although I don't know what the Tai Chi diagram is, I know that this Tai Chi diagram must have something to do with our Taoist Tai Chi. You also saw that I was beaten half to death by that old man Song transplanting seedlings. If I had understood the Tai Chi diagram earlier, I could have taken my revenge earlier. The Tai Chi diagram is a great treasure in the world. It doesn't belong to one person, but to everyone in the world. Moreover, the owner of the Tai Chi diagram must not be selfish and must not seek personal revenge." Fang Yen sneered and said, "Bullshit, don't be selfish, don't seek personal revenge. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Who doesn't have selfishness? Who doesn't seek personal revenge? I have a big grudge with that scum Jiang Junling, and I will not rest until that old dog Song Zaniang is dead. If you can't be selfish and seek personal revenge, you can give that thing to whoever you want. I don't want it anymore." With that, Fang Yen turned around and left. Immeasurable Lord of Heaven. Tianjizi recited the name, his heart beating fast. The long-eyebrowed monk with a wooden fish in his hand came out of the inner room. Looking at Tianjizi's worried face, he laughed and said, "What do you think of this boy?" "Let's wait and see," Tianjizi said helplessly. "He is too evil, not a blessing for the Tai Chi diagram." "I think Fang Yen is not bad," the long-eyebrowed monk said with a smile. Tianjizi looked at the long-eyebrowed monk with a bitter smile and said, "Old monk, why do you have to oppose me? When I thought he was good, you thought he was not good, and said, 'Let's wait and see.' Now, when I say he is not good, you jump out and say he is good. What on earth are you thinking? Whether it is Buddhism or Taoism, we are all monks. Monks pay attention to the emptiness of the 4 elements, do not get involved in the world, do not get involved in karma. But, can we really do it? We eat firewood and rice, wear clothes of hundreds of families, and live in the best house on Mingchuan Mountain. How can we not get involved in the world? Do not get involved in karma? Believers call us old immortals, but we know that we are not real immortals. If we are not real immortals, if we want to live, we naturally have to get involved in the karma of the world. Whether we believe it in our hearts or not, we must insist on it with our mouths, uphold justice, uphold benevolence, and uphold forgiveness. Because we are monks, our identity has already determined our way of thinking. What Fang Yen said is very reasonable. Who doesn't have selfishness? Who doesn't seek revenge? He lives more thoroughly than we do. So what? Tianjizi asked. Even if we think Fang Yen is not bad, he is still not the most suitable candidate for the Tai Chi diagram. Yes. The long-eyebrowed monk sighed. The Tai Chi diagram is unstable in yin and yang. If it falls into the hands of the righteous, it will be good, but if it falls into the hands of the evil, it will be evil. If it falls into the hands of the murderous, then there is only one word, kill. Sigh, let's wait a little longer, Tianjizi sighed. Tianjizi lived on a mountain, and it was a mountain that Fang Yen was familiar with, Wuxia Mountain. The first time Fang Yen and Tianjizi met was in a tea house on Wuxia Mountain. That tea house was opened by a Taoist disciple. Therefore, when Fang Yen was rescued by Tianjizi and the long-eyebrowed monk, he was also on the mountain when he opened his eyes. He spent a lot of time on the mountain. One reason was to nurse his body. Since ancient times, medicine and Taoism were inseparable. Tianjizi's prescriptions were not comparable to those of ordinary doctors. Another reason was to obtain the Tai Chi diagram from his master. This time, when he was in danger on the summit of One Sword Peak, Fang Yen once again realized that he was weak. He needed a stronger power to protect himself. While protecting himself, he was also protecting his family. He could not die. He did not want to die. Unfortunately, Tianjizi was still unwilling to give in. Fang Yen did not know what the criteria for the guardian dragon soul to obtain the Tai Chi diagram were, and Tianjizi and the long-eyebrowed monk had never mentioned it. Moreover, he felt that after the incident at One Sword Peak, he was getting further and further away from the Tai Chi diagram. Previously, Tianjizi and the long-eyebrowed monk had fooled him by saying that as long as he achieved the Heart of Three Treasures, he could get, the opportunity to become Tianjizi's disciple. But now, they were not even willing to mention anything about the Tai Chi diagram in front of Fang Yen. It was just like how Fang Yen had nothing to do with it. Because of what? Was his body filled with evil energy? Was it filled with the desire for revenge? Now that Bai Xiu was dead, Fang Yen felt as though a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. In the past 3 years, the greatest physical and mental pressure on Fang Yen was to avenge his father. As long as he did not avenge his father, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Bai Xiu's accidental exposure this time was a good thing for him. Finally, he thrust his sword, that fatal sword strike. Of course, just as the old enmity was gone, new enmity was born. This time, the target of Fang Yan's revenge was Jiang Junling, and even the entire family of generals behind Jiang Junling. Of course, Fang Yen was not as anxious as before. Because the person Bai Xiu bullied was his father, and he could not tolerate others bullying his father without paying any price. And the person Jiang Junling bullied was himself. Fang Yen was a person who had very low standards for himself. The road down the mountain was long and far, and Fang Yen wanted to find a hotel to rent a car. As he walked along the road down the mountain, a black object suddenly fell in front of Fang Yen. "Pa!" There was a loud noise, as if something had been broken. If it was a person, they would have fallen half to death. Fang Yen looked at it carefully. It was really a person. Chapter 611. The black object was a person. Its limbs were curled up like a poisonous snake with its tail coiled up. It was a woman. Her body was tied up by a strange method. Although there was no rope on her body could only curl into a ball and couldn't move. Her left hand was holding her right leg, and her right hand was hugging her waist. It looked like an extremely rare and difficult yoga pose. If the body didn't have a certain degree of flexibility, it would have probably twisted a person to death. Although she could not move her body, her eyes were still turning, her gaze filled with malice as she stared viciously at Do Yen standing in front of her. It looked like she could pounce and bite him at any time. Bang! A young man in gray sportswear jumped down from the hillside. He walked to Fang Yen but didn't say anything. He just stared at Fang Yen with his bloodshot brown eyes. Fang Yen grinned and explained with a bit of guilt, "Something happened at the time. I was surrounded by a group of powerful people. I even called out your name. Unfortunately, you might have run into some trouble at the time. Later, I fainted from exhaustion and was saved. When I woke up, I was worried about your safety, but I didn't know where to find you. It's good to see that you're fine now. The Snake Lord looked at Fang Yen in surprise and said, You don't blame me? Blame you for what? Fang Yen asked in return. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? The Snake Lord stared at Fang Yen with a burning gaze. Fang Yen looked at the Snake Lord seriously and said, When I was about to go down the mountain, I found that you were gone, and the enemies appeared one after another. At the time, I did suspect you. I thought that you were in cahoots with them. You worked together to set up this sure-kill trap in order to kill me. If I died, wouldn't you be able to get the snake's eye in my hands? You are a Snake Lord, so you naturally have your own pride. You don't want to be controlled by others, so you want to regain control of your own fate. This is very normal. Since you suspect me, have you ever thought of crushing my snake eye? The Snake Lord asked. He and Fang Yen had known each other for many years. He was familiar with Fang Yen and even understood Fang Yen. He knew that he wasn't a man who was stuck in a corner, and he wasn't a man who couldn't bear to be ruthless. If someone angered him, he would do something that person would regret for the rest of his life. I've thought about it, Fang Yen answered honestly. After I woke up, I did think about crushing your snake's eye. I even took it out and looked at it a few times. I have to say, your eyes don't look good. Especially your eyes at this time. Seeing Snake Lord's increasingly confused eyes, Fang Yen said with a smile, But what if I've wronged you? What if I'm wrong? You care about my life? The Snake Lord's throat squirmed as he asked in disbelief. I'm not a murderous demon, why would I not care about your life and death? You also know that I've never taken the initiative to hurt anyone since I was young. You're also a living being. If I crush your snake's eye because of my own guesses and delusions, then, what's the difference between me and those murderous demons? The Snake Lord's eyes were moist, and he remained silent for a long time. What kind of F***-kept-up society was this? The sister he brought out from the orphanage, the sister he depended on for survival, the sister he didn't hesitate to become a slave for, the only family he had left in this world, the person he had been painstakingly searching for, they finally met, but what awaited them was her betrayal. She poisoned him, using the method she was best at. The only hope in his life turned into despair, and the only lighthouse led him into hell and death. He felt that he would rather die than live. However, contrary to all of this, the person he wanted to kill in the past, the person he made a slave in order to save his sister, the person he wanted to escape from the control of every moment, the person who controlled his life and death, the person who controlled his fate, the person who held the snake eye in his hand, when his life fell to the bottom, the person chose to help him. He cared about his safety, and he gave him his trust. Perhaps to Fang Yen, what he had given him was insignificant and insignificant. But to the Snake Lord, it was like a piece of wood when he was drowning, an oasis in the desert. This was enough to save his life. In life, there would always be some people who were worth sacrificing for. The Snake Lord looked at Fang Yen and said, I came to you because I owe you an explanation. He pointed at the woman in black lying on the ground and said, She's my sister. Oh, Fang Yen didn't even want to look at the woman in black, and kept his eyes on the Snake Lord and said, You threw her in front of me, and I've already understood a lot of things. What I want to tell you is, in life, who wouldn't meet a few cruel and unscrupulous people? You're just a bit more unlucky than others. You only have one person by your side, and she's an idiot, but this is good, after you've confirmed that she's an idiot, you don't have to be nice to her anymore. Be nice to yourself, even if you're an idiot, it's a comfortable idiot. The Snake Lord's nose was a bit sore, but he still stubbornly explained, She went to find me and poisoned me. I wanted to save you, but I lost control of my body. After I escaped, I ran to find you, and saw you being carried by a Taoist priest and walking here. I followed them, guarding the mountain. Fang Yen nodded and said, Are you okay? The Snake Lord said, I'm fine. Fang Yen sighed softly and looked at the pitiful man in front of him. He took out an old sheepskin bag from his pocket and threw it to the snake lord, saying, "This is your snake's eye, I've been prepared to return it to you, your sister has been found. Although the results weren't ideal, she's still alive. So, there's no need for you to stay by my side to protect me anymore." The snake lord took the snake's eye and asked in a muffled voice, "Where do I go? Where do you want to go?" The snake lord thought seriously and said, "I don't know. I used to want to find my sister and bring her back to Xiangxi, but now she doesn't want to go back." "You used to live for her, now live for yourself," Fang Yan said. "Set her free, and set yourself free as well." The snake lord looked at Fang Yan and said, "You're not going to kill her?" "I'm not going to kill her," Fang Yan said. "The person she betrayed is you, and the person she hurt is also you. If I kill her, it will only make you hate me. Why would I do such a stupid thing?" The snake lord thought about it and said, "I want to go with you." "Then set her free," Fang Yan said. The snake lord nodded and said, "Fine." The snake lord crouched down and looked at his sister's hate-filled eyes, saying, "I'll let you go." As he spoke, he pulled out one of his sister's arms. Like a dead knot, once the thread was untied, the other knots would also be solved. The snake lord then took out a medicine bottle from his pocket. He poured out a red pill from the bottle and fed it to his sister. Bang! The woman flipped over and pushed the snake lord to the side with a slap. She stared at Fang Yan fiercely and asked, "Did you kill him? Who are you talking about?" Fang Yan was confused. The snake lord's expression became even more pained, and when he saw Fang Yan looking at him, he turned his face to the side. He didn't want to hear that man's name. Every time he heard it, it was like stabbing a knife into his heart. He didn't know what love was, but he could clearly feel what pain was. He was in so much pain. "Bai Xiao, you killed Bai Xiao, didn't you? You killed Bai Xiao?" The woman's eyes turned blood red, and her body made cracking sounds. Every part of her body could move freely. The snake lord looked at her and said, "Go." The woman didn't care about the snake lord's words at all. She didn't even turn around to look at him. She stared at Fang Yan without blinking. Her body was bent, and her head was tilted forward. She looked like she would rush up and fight Fang Yan at any time. The snake lord was like a furious lion, and he roared at his sister, "Go, I said go." The snake lord's shoulders tightened, and her hands turned into claws. As long as she waited for an opportunity, she would rush up and tear Fang Yan to pieces. "You killed Bai Xiao, why did you kill Bai Xiao? I want to avenge him, I want to kill you." As she spoke, the woman in black suddenly dashed toward Fang Yan. Her body was like a spring, but also like a poisonous snake that wanted to attack its prey. Her body was light and agile, and her steps were strange. Hissing sounds came from her mouth. It was the sound that poisonous snakes would make when they attacked. Clang! The snake lord rushed up from behind and grabbed his sister's shoulder. He punched her in the face, causing her body to crash into the rocks on the side. The snake lord followed closely behind and grabbed the black-clothed woman's throat. He pressed his sister's head and slammed it against the stone wall. Clang! The woman's head slammed against the stone, and a bloody groove appeared on her forehead. Clang! The black-clothed woman's head was once again smashed against the stone, and the bones inside also made a cracking sound. Clang! 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 The snake lord seemed to have gone mad. He kept slamming the woman's head against the stone wall. Pa! He let go of his sister's neck and slammed his head against the stone wall. Clang! 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 Why are you forcing me like this? The snake lord roared with grief and indignation. Why are you forcing me like this? Chapter 6:12. Clang! 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 The snake lord banged his head on the rock again and again. He struck himself until his head bled, he struck himself until his bones rattled, he struck the wall until it cracked, and then there was a rustling of broken sand and stones falling to the ground. He wanted to smash his way out of his pain, to smash through his despair. He wanted to relieve the pain in his head and relieve the pain in his heart. He could endure and cure headaches, but he could not do anything about the heartache. He did not want to hurt his sister and make her hurt him again and again. When she recklessly rushed towards Fang Yan, he had to make a move. He knew that if he waited for Fang Yan to make a move, only death would be waiting for his sister. He knew Fang Yan's strength too well. At that time, he used all his strength, but he was still easily strangled. If he had not taken the initiative to beg for mercy and offered his snake eye, Fang Yan might have broken his neck on the spot. Although his sister was also a snake woman, her strength was far inferior to his. With Fang Yan's current ability, strangling her was no different from killing an ant. The Snake Lord did not see the scene of Fang Yan fighting with others, so he did not know the fact that he was seriously injured. She wanted to avenge that man and kill Fang Yan. In order to protect her, he had to take the initiative to attack her. The Snake Lord felt that he was too wronged and too suffocated. He was like a balloon that was full of air, and a slight touch could cause him to explode with a bang. After he attacked his sister, the Snake Lord felt that death was better than living. He had never treated her like this since he was young. He hoped that he was the one who experienced all this, just that his sister could live well. Fang Yan stood to the side and watched the Snake Lord go crazy, but he did not intend to stop him. He could understand the Snake Lord's feelings at this moment, just as he could understand the Phoenix's feelings at that time. In life, people had to go through countless difficult choices. He chose his sister, but she chose another man. He was a loser, a pitiful person. From now on, he would have no relatives in this world, right? He did not know who to share his joy with, and he did not know who to tell his pain. He was like a transparent person. Quang, the Snake Lord, slammed his head against the stone, and a protruding sharp stone pierced his forehead. Then, blood spurted out of his head. The Snake Lord finally calmed down and felt a little dizzy. Fang Yan took out a large medicine bottle from his pocket and threw it over, saying, "Stop the bleeding." This medicine was stolen from Tianji's pharmacy. It had a miraculous effect on stopping bleeding and removing blood stasis. It was a must-have medicine in Jianhu. Snake Lord took the bottle and poured some gray powder onto his forehead. Then, he returned the bottle to Fang Yan. "Feeling better?" Fang Yan asked Snake Lord. "I feel better now," Snake Lord said. "Come back with me if you're comfortable," Fang Yan said. "If you don't have a place to eat, eat at my place. If you have no place to stay, stay at my house. If you have no place to go, make my house your own. From now on, we are friends and brothers. If you don't mind." Snake Lord's throat felt like it was winter, but he couldn't say anything. Fang Yan reached his hand out to Snake Lord and smiled. "You don't want to?" "No," Snake Lord shook his head. I don't think I deserve." Fang Yan grinned and said, "You're the Snake Lord, the King of Snakes. As long as you don't ask me to kowtow to you every morning and night, everything else won't be a problem." Snake Lord opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but then started crying again. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said, "I'll go back with you. We are friends, brothers," Fang Yan said. Friends. Snake Lord struggled to say this word. In his previous life, he had never said this word to anyone. To him, it was something unattainable. "Brothers," Fang Yan clenched his withered and skinny hand and said, "That's right." Snake Lord wanted to dodge. He wasn't used to being so close to people. His right foot took a step back, but his left foot remained standing. He thought that it was time for him to make some changes. His little sister was right about one thing: he should live in the city, among people. He should have friends, brothers. He should have a different life. "Let's go," Fang Yan said. Snake Lord nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but fall to the ground. After being hit by Snake Lord's crazed attacks, the woman in black's head was heavily injured. After the Snake Lord loosened his grip on her neck, her body softly fell to the ground. It was like a lifeless corpse. Her forehead was bruised, blood staining the rocks and weeds on the ground. "Let's go," Fang Yan said. "She's letting go of you, you should also let go of her, she will have her own new life, and so will you." The Snake Lord nodded and followed Fang Yan down the mountain with large strides. Fang Yan walked quickly, while Snake Lord walked boldly. To them, this was a journey to a new life. After walking for a few kilometers, Fang Yan suddenly realized a serious problem. "You're wrong," Fang Yan said. Snake Lord was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "We should rent a car down the mountain." In the interrogation room, Jiang Zhulu felt like his skin was about to be roasted by the strong light on his face. He couldn't turn his face away, let alone change his position. He was no longer one of the 4 young masters of watching, he was a suspect who didn't receive any preferential treatment, but was rather taken care of. His lawyer hadn't arrived yet, and he guessed that Shangxin wouldn't send him a lawyer for a while. Furthermore, he didn't want Shangxin to send him a lawyer either. Because those people weren't here to save him, but to give him a good kick when he was falling to hell, their arrival would only speed up his arrival. He wanted to call his mother. The only person he could trust now was his mother. As long as his mother knew that something had happened to him, she would use her grandfather's connections to bail him out, or at least send a trustworthy team of lawyers. However, he couldn't even make a phone call. His reasonable request was rejected because they said that he might leak information to the outside world and destroy the evidence. What a joke, what exactly did he do? Jiang Zhulio's eyes were drowsy, and he was extremely exhausted after a day and night of torment. "Jiang Zhulu, wake up." Chen Aiyang held a large cup of coffee and stared at Jiang Zhulio's every move. Every time he saw that Jiang Zhulu was about to close his eyes, he would suddenly yell angrily. Jiang Zhulu had been pulled back to reality from his slumber countless times. "I know what you want to do." Jiang Zhulio's eyes were bloodshot, and he sneered at Chen Aiyang. "You want to use the interrogation method of fatigue to force me to submit, and you want me to confess when I can't take it anymore. I know that this method is very effective. But you used the wrong person. I haven't done anything illegal, so I don't have anything to confess to. Also, when my team of lawyers comes, I want to sue you for abuse of force. We didn't abuse of force." Chen Aiyang took a big gulp of coffee and said, "Did we touch a single finger of yours? Did we beat you? We just want to solve the case as soon as possible, and not give the criminals any chance. I know that you, Jiang Zhulu, have a lot of power, and with a single word, countless people will jump out to work for you. But, we won't let the bad guys escape from the law. You said that I killed someone, that I have something to do with Jiang Fengxing's death." Jiang Zhulio's body was trembling as he spoke. He really didn't have any strength left, and all the energy in his body had been sucked out. If he fell asleep while speaking, it wouldn't be strange at all. "What evidence do you have? Don't you know that Jiang Fengxing is my father-in-law, my wife's father, and my father has mysteriously disappeared, and he might have been killed? I should have called the police long ago, right? Instead of looking for the real murderer, you brought me, the victim. Is there any justice in this world? Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin," Chen Aiyang said. "I don't care what method you use, and I don't care who incited you." Jiang Zhulu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about making me yield." "I'm afraid it's not up to you," Chen Aiyang said. He put down the coffee cup in his hand and said to a young policeman standing behind him, "Bring his accomplice here." "Yes, Captain," the policeman replied and walked out quickly. After a while, a few policemen brought a middle-aged man in shackles into the room. "Jiang Zhulu, look who's here!" Chen Aiyang shouted again. Jiang Zhulu struggled to open his eyes. When he saw the man standing in front of him, he was startled and asked, "Who is he?" I don't know him, don't try to frame me. Jiang Zhulu, the man in the handcuffs, said with a wretched expression, stop struggling. When we went to pick someone up, you sat in the back of my car and almost vomited a few times. You hid it very well, but did you think no one saw it? Also, you killed your father-in-law with your own hands. There were a few witnesses at the scene, and I also have evidence. Chen Aiyang looked at Jiang Zhulu, who had a grim expression, and said, the evidence in his hands is now in the hands of the police. Jiang Zhulu, accept your fate. Blurg, Jiang Zhulu suddenly started to vomit like crazy, vomiting until his heart and lungs were torn apart. Chapter 613. Jiang Zhulu had not eaten anything for an entire day and night. He only drank a few cups of coffee provided by the police to keep him awake. Therefore, he only vomited out the brownish-yellow coffee juice. He bent over, screamed at the top of his lungs, and vomited over and over again. His appearance was so exaggerated that people were worried that he would vomit out his liver, lungs, and bile. The witness's words reminded him of that day. He remembered how he had sat in the bumpy car to pick up his father, his useless and arrogant father-in-law, in order to maintain his powerful image and not be looked down upon by those arrogant martial artists. He had resisted the urge to vomit. He had held it in until today, but he finally could not control it anymore. He had used up all of his tolerance that day and vomited everything that he had prepared to vomit that day. It was also from that day onwards that he turned into a demon. It was also from that day onwards that his relationship with his wife Shangxin fell to the freezing point. It was like a reincarnation cycle. He had returned to the original path, and all the hard work he had put in between was meaningless. He was a complete failure, and he could not change his fate. Give him a cup of water, Chen Aiyang said. A policewoman went out and quickly returned with a cup of warm water. Chen Aiyang placed the cup in front of Jiang Zhulu and said, rinse your mouth with water. Jiang Zhulu picked up the cup of water and gulped it down. Then, he placed the cup on the table and said, I don't know him, and I don't know what he is saying. The witness was furious and said, Jiang Zhulu, I am the Eagle King. I am the driver who sent you to pick someone up that day. Do you remember who I am now? No. I don't know who you are. Jiang Zhulu denied. It was impossible for him to admit that he knew this man, even though he had recognized him at first sight. He looked at Chen Aiyang with a sharp and sensitive gaze and said, take him away, I don't know him, and I don't know what he is saying. Jiang Zhulu, you are really stubborn. Do you think that you can just deny it? You definitely don't know that I'm equipped with the most advanced fly-eye electronic camera, right? Originally, I recorded the scene of you killing people to report to others, but I didn't expect to use it on you. You, Jiang Zhulu struggled to charge at the Eagle King. Just as his body moved, two strong men pounced on him and pinned him to the chair. Cuff him, Chen Aiyang said. Kacha, with a crisp sound, a steel shackle appeared on Jiang Zhulu's wrist. You bastard, Jiang Zhulu gritted his teeth and roared. He didn't expect to be destroyed by his own people. This was a betrayal to him. The Eagle King looked at him coldly and said, if we were outside, would have blown your head off with a single shot. In my eyes, you are just a pitiful ant. As if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on his head, Jiang Zhulu instantly became quiet. Since when did these thugs, who only had brute force, start to look down on him? When did this start? Remember, he was one of the 4 prodigies of Huacheng who was envied by countless people. How did he end up in such dire straits? Jiang Zhulu felt a wave of sadness in his heart. His vision darkened and he fainted. He felt his body sinking. It was a black hole that could swallow everything. Pa pa pa, it was a sound that could make one's imagination run wild. Lu Chaoga was sitting on a high chair in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, working. In front of her was an Apple laptop, her hands quickly typing on it. She was working on a feasibility plan. Xiaoyan Technology was prepared to invest in their own cell phone research. Xiaoyan Technology's core product was the Little Flame energy product. In the past, part of their products were supplied to the military, becoming an important part of increasing Wuxia's military strength. The other part was supplied to the market. Of course, this was mainly reflected in various large-scale machines. For example, ships, planes, hybrid sports cars, or energy vehicles. This was the first time Xiaoyan Technology was preparing to put their energy products into civilian products on a large scale. Moreover, it was in the most competitive product field in the cell phone market. What was the most unsettling thing in modern social situations? It wasn't that you couldn't find a toilet when you wanted to pee, nor was it that you couldn't buy a dark beer when you wanted to drink. It was that when you were swiping your phone, the battery of the cell phone beeped and the energy bar turned red. At that time, it was really unsettling, as if there were 1,000 steel needles sitting under your butt. Whether it was Apple's cell phone with the largest market share, or other international or domestic cell phone giants, they all had to face the same problem: the battery life was too poor. Xiaoyan Technology started with energy, and they didn't lack the continuous use of energy. Therefore, Lu Xiaoga targeted this business opportunity and prepared to produce a cell phone with energy. When you used an Apple phone, you could only use it for a day on a single charge. When you used Xiaoyan's cell phone, you could use it for a week on a single charge. Which one would you choose? Nonsense, of course it would be Apple. Because the Apple phone looked more pretentious. The functions of the cell phones were almost the same, and there wouldn't be much difference in technology. Even the battery life had been solved. Then, there was only one problem that Lu Xiaoga had to solve: could the phone produced by Xiaoyan improve the user's pretentiousness? Now there were two plans. One was for Xiaoyan to make his own cell phone and start all over again from the model to the internal configuration. The other plan was to acquire a second-rate cell phone company that already existed. He only needed to improve the quality of the hardware and software and install Xiaoyan's energy battery. Lu Xiaoga was busy with her work when she saw the gate of the courtyard open. Then she saw Fang Yan, the little man she hadn't seen for a while. Lu Xiaoga stopped what he was doing and walked outside. Fang Yan came back with Snake Lord. Seeing Lu Xiaoga waiting at the door, Fang Yan said with a smile, "I haven't heard you're cooking for a long time. I miss it." Lu Xiaoga nodded and said, "Are you hungry? I'll cook a bowl of noodles for you." Fang Yan shook his head and said, "I've already eaten before I came back." He pointed to Snake Lord, who was standing behind him and didn't dare to come forward, and said, "His name is Fang Wend, and he's my friend." Fang Wend was the name Fang Yan had just given to Snake Lord. He wanted him to understand the principle of giving up something to gain. The reason why his surname was Fang was that Snake Lord wanted to cut off the past and separate himself from everything in the past. Therefore, Fang Yan asked him to follow his surname. Snake Lord himself was also very happy. Fang Wen said that he liked the name very much. "Hello." Lu Xiaoga took the initiative to reach out to Snake Lord. Snake Lord hid his hand behind his back, not daring to shake hands with Lu Xiaoga. In the past, when he still thought of himself as Snake Lord, he was careless, bloodthirsty, and didn't care about anything. But now it was different. He hoped to become friends with Fang Yan and become brothers. He hoped to become a family with Fang Yan's family, so he began to be afraid. He knew what his hand looked like. It was like a layer of snakeskin, and it was prickly to the touch. He was like a monster in a normal society, like a poisonous snake that could walk normally. He was afraid that he would scare Lu Xiaoga, and he was afraid that he would ruin everything he had just obtained. It wasn't easy for him to obtain it, so he cherished it very much. His only family member in the world had betrayed him, and now he had very little. Fang Yan looked at him with a smile and said, "Fang Wend, a lady took the initiative to extend her hand to you. You must shake hands with her to be a polite gentleman gentleman Snake Lord chewed on this strange name. He was a snake, and he lived with poisonous snakes and beasts all day long. No one had ever taught him to be a gentleman. Even his dead master had never said such a word to him. No one thought that he could be a gentleman. Try it. Fang Yen said with a smile. Beautiful women like gentlemen. Lu Chaoga was quick-witted. She knew what kind of person he was when she saw Snake Lord's hiding eyes and his hand hidden in his sleeve. She took the initiative to take a step toward Snake Lord, and once again reached out her snow-white, slender hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Chaoga, nice to meet you." The Snake Lord gulped a few times before he carefully took out his hand from his sleeve. He shook Lu Chaoga's little hand and said, "I'm Fang Shida. I'm very happy. I'm also very happy to see you." Lu Chaoga smiled and said, "Fang Yan's friend is also my friend. If you need any help, just tell me." "Okay. I don't need any help." Snake Lord stammered. It was the first time he held such a beautiful woman's hand, the first time he was so close to a goddess, and the first time he smelled something so good. What was that smell? Was it perfume? Or was it a woman's natural body fragrance? Lu Chaoga smiled and looked at Fang Yen. She said meaningfully, "But Fang Yen said something wrong just now. Not all beautiful women like gentlemen, and some like rascals." Snake Lord became anxious, and his forehead began to be covered in sweat. He hurriedly explained, "I'm not a rascal." Chapter 6:14. A man in love has 0 IQ. The Snake King fell in love again, but this time, the object of his love was Fang Yen. He knew that he was strange, and he also knew that he was not very sociable. He was like a lone wolf, no, a lone snake, walking in the crowd, but it was difficult to blend in with the crowd. He rarely looked at himself in the mirror, but in his heart, he knew that he was definitely not the type of handsome man that women would like, nor was he a man with a six-pack. If a man with no looks, no height, no penis, and no ability to live a good life wanted to win the favor of women, then he could only spend money. However, the Snake King did not have money. No one wanted to look at the Snake King's sharp triangular eyes, and no one wanted to look at his pitted face for a few minutes. Everyone's first reaction when they saw him was to quickly look away. He was a monster in people's eyes. Who would like a snake man? Fang Yen did not despise him and took him in when he was in the most pain and despair. Lu Chaoga did not despise him either. Such a beautiful woman was like a fairy. When she looked at him, her expression was gentle, and her smile was without a trace of hypocrisy. The Snake King liked this family, and he really wanted to integrate into it. Although he knew that it was a big wish, he really hoped that he could become a person that people liked. At least, he didn't want to be a person that people hated when they saw him. Just like how he once hoped that the orphanage's director, Fatso, would like him. Therefore, after Lu Chaoga specifically explained that some beautiful women liked hooligans, his body tensed up for no reason, and his heart was also hanging high up in his throat. "I'm not a gangster." He hoped that Lu Chaoga could see him as a good person. At least, he was willing to be a good person in their hearts. Lu Chaoga was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed. Lu Chaoga looked at the Snake King and said, "I know you're not a gangster." "How can you be a gangster? You can't even tell that a real gangster is a gangster." After thinking about it, Lu Chaoga explained, "I'm just kidding. Don't think too much." Because it was the first time she met the Snake King, she was not very clear about his character. But she would get to know him slowly. He tried not to touch anything that would cause him pain. "Thank you," the Snake Lord blushed. Was he thinking too much? Wasn't it annoying to think too much? Then shouldn't he think less? The poor Snake King had turned into a man who was at a loss for what to do with himself. Fang Yen was a generous and stingy man. He generously introduced Lu Chaoga to the Snake Lord and smiled as they shook hands. However, when he saw that the Snake Lord had forgotten to let go of Lu Chaoga's hand, he immediately became petty again. Fang Yan patted the Snake Lord's shoulder and said, "As a qualified gentleman, you shouldn't shake hands with a lady for more than a minute, 30 seconds at most. The shorter, the better." Snake Lord was so scared that his body trembled. He quickly threw Lu Chaoga's hand away as if he was grabbing a stove. Fang Yan nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the Snake Lord and praised, "You already have the character of a gentleman." The Snake Lord had a simple and honest smile on his face. He was very happy that he could become a qualified gentleman. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "Fang Wen's situation is a bit special. I want him to live with us for a while." "Okay," Lu Chaoga said. "I'll have someone clean up the room." Fang Yan grabbed Lu Chaoga's wrist and said, "How about I buy another house in Huacheng?" After the heroes and warriors came over, Fang Yan had made such a suggestion. Fang Yan was going to buy another house in Huacheng. He could take Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan to live outside. Because he felt that there were more and more people living in this villa now. It was already becoming overcrowded. Now there was the Snake Lord, and he had to specially prepare a room for him. How about letting him squeeze in with Fang Haohan? In any case, one of them was as thin as a telephone pole, and the other was as short as a sapling. Neither of them was a waste of space. However, Fang Yan quickly rejected this idea. With Fang Haohan's cheap personality and vicious mouth, he would definitely make the Snake Lord suffer a fate worse than death. If the Snake Lord released his snakes and poisoned him to death, it was also very likely that it would happen. Fang Yan couldn't understand. He taught them fairness, justice, courage, and never giving in. How did they all grow up to be like this? Could it be that he was not a qualified teacher? Lu Chaoga was silent. She just looked at Fang Yan with pleading eyes. She didn't want Fang Yan to leave. She wasn't willing in the past, and she wasn't willing now. If Fang Yan left, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan would also leave. The Snake Lord who came today would also leave. In that case, she would return to her previous life. She liked the feeling of living with Fang Yan very much. She liked to eat Fang Yan's cooking or cook for Fang Yan. Seeing the deep meaning in her eyes, Fang Yan's heart immediately softened. He let go of Lu Chaoga's arm and said, "Then prepare a room for me." "Okay. I'll go right now." A charming smile appeared on Lu Chaoga's face as she spoke softly. Lu Chaoga ran upstairs with the nanny to get busy. Fang Yan looked at her back view and sighed softly. They couldn't possibly live together forever, right? "You will stay here from now on." Fang Yan smiled and said, "Jiang Shangxin was very busy." After Jiang Zhulu was arrested and sent to prison, she became the well-deserved leader of the Longtu group. In the past, she had also done business, helped her mother, and even started her own company. However, she had never thought that she would be in charge of an energy company with assets of tens of billions at such a young age. Furthermore, as the energy industry's performance in the global market became more and more eye-catching, the company's market value was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With Lily's cooperation, Jiang Shangxin quickly had a clear understanding of the company's situation. Those hardcore Jiang Zhulu supporters were purged, and those who were wavering were roped in. Those who were previously ostracized or oppressed by Jiang Zhulu were put in important positions by her. She constantly looked for people to talk to and frequently made phone calls. Orders were issued one after another, and they received even more feedback. Ever since Jiang Shangxin came to the Longtu group and sent Jiang Zhulu away, she had not left until now. She and Lily were in a high-intensity work rhythm, but Fang Yingying was lying on the sofa in the living room, sleeping for 2 days and eating 6 boxed meals. Fang Yingying did not like to eat boxed meals, not because he felt that they were not delicious, but because the portion was too small. It would be gone after a few mouthfuls, and he still had to ask for more. Fang Yingying was also a person who cared about his reputation. When he opened his mouth to ask for 4 boxed meals, his face would also burn up. "Chairman Wang, thank you for your hard work," Jiang Shangxin said with a smile. "This is what I should do." Wang Ming, the assistant chairman of the finance department, bowed slightly to Jiang Shangxin and replied with a smile. After the guests left, Jiang Shangxin lay on the sofa in the office, exhausted. At this point, she did not even want to move a finger. Lily pushed the door open and asked Jiang Shangxin, "Miss Jiang, Chairman Jiang, do you want to eat anything?" "No need." Jiang Shangxin waved her hand. "Get someone to send me a bottle of champagne and a box of strawberries." "All right, Chairman Jiang." Lily turned around and left. When Jiang Shangxin closed her eyes and was about to take a nap, the tall wooden door of the office was pushed open again. With an apologetic look, Lily said, "Chairman Jiang, Mr. Jiang's mother, move aside." A stern woman's voice rang out. As she spoke, she gave Lily's body a heavy push, causing her to fall to the ground. With such a huge commotion happening right under her nose, Jiang Shangxin could not continue sleeping. When she opened her eyes and saw the woman standing at the door, she could not help but frown slightly. Jiang Zhuliu's mother was also her mother-in-law, Ren Jin. Ren Jin stared at Jiang Shangxin with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Jiang Shangxin, Jiang Zhuliu has been arrested, and you still have the mood to lie in his office and sleep? Do you have any conscience? To think that I have treated you so well. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Jiang Shangxin had originally thought that Ren Jin was a pitiful woman. However, after being scolded by her, she felt that she was a pitiful and hateful woman. Jiang Shangxin climbed up from the sofa gracefully and reached out to flatten the creases in her dress. Placing her hands together on her knees, she looked at Ren Jin, who was standing in front of her, and said, "If you are here to question my character, then I will have to disappoint you. This is the kind of person I am. So, you can leave now." Jiang Shangxin, Ren Jin did not expect Jiang Shangxin to be so resolute and almost choked to death by her words. After being stunned for a while, she said angrily, "Jiang Shangxin, there has been no news of Zhu Lu since he was taken away by the police. How can you not care about it? Even if there is a problem between the two of you, you should at least get the company's lawyer to check on it. I went to the police station to ask, but none of the lawyers in the company went to see Zhu Lu. What if he was tortured by them? Shangxin, quickly help Zhu Lu." Jiang Shangxin looked at Ren Jin and said, "I got it. I will communicate with the legal team." "When will you communicate with them?" "At a later date." "When is the later date?" Jiang Shangxin, get lawyer Zhang here now. I want to talk to them personally. Zhu Lu has been taken away for so long, but you have not reacted at all. Ren Jin stared at Jiang Shangxin with a sharp gaze and said, "You are willing to do anything just to get more assets?" Smack. Jiang Shangxin smashed the glass cup on the coffee table and the porcelain cup smashed against the wall. Jiang Shangxin jumped up from the sofa and hollered at Ren Jin, "You said that I am willing to do anything for some assets? Who is the one who is willing to do anything for some benefits? I'm Jiang Zhuliu's wife, his legitimate wife. In order to curry favor with his master, he actually personally killed my father. He's the one who's unscrupulous. He is not a human, he is a beast. Do you know that your son is a beast?" Chapter 6:15. The relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was a difficult problem in the world. Ren Jin's attitude towards Lu Chaoga was one of concern and suppression. She saw Lu Chaoga as the best candidate for her daughter-in-law. She was willing to take care of her, but she also looked down on her psychologically. She had strict requirements for Lu Chaoga's words and actions. In her eyes, Lu Chaoga was an orphan. She was a child who was adopted by them. Other than them, she had nothing. Ren Jin's attitude towards Jiang Shangxin was one of love and flattery. Jiang Shangxin was not an orphan. Not only did she have both parents, but she also came from the wealthy Jiang family in the capital. If her son was married to Lu Chaoga, it was a low status, then marrying Jiang Shangxin would be a high status. Therefore, it was true that Ren Jin treated Jiang Shangxin well. She had never mistreated Jiang Shangxin. Jiang Shangxin had a high EQ and would give her mother-in-law gifts from time to please her. As a result, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law got along well. Ren Jin was shocked by the glass cup that Jiang Shangxin threw. She did not expect her daughter-in-law, who had always been polite, smart and elegant, to do such a crazy thing. She thought that the glass cup would be thrown at her face. She only relaxed a little when the cup went past her head and smashed against the wall. She stood motionless for a moment, and then, like a bull enraged by red silk, or a firecracker that had been set ablaze, she broke into a rage. Jiang Shangxin, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? Is this how your parents taught you to be a person? Ren Jin slapped Jiang Shangxin's face. She tilted Shangxin's head to the side and dodged this fierce attack. How dare you throw a glass at me? You just sent my son to prison, and now you want to throw a glass at me? Then, you can take away all the assets of the Jiang family? Jiang Shangxin, let me tell you, it is not that easy. Ren Jin raised her hand and slapped the other side of Jiang Shangxin's face. Enraged by Ren Jin's behavior, Shangxin slapped Ren Jin's arm to the side. Jiang Shangxin was young and powerful, how could Ren Jin be her match? Ren Jin, who usually lived like a prince, was slapped on the wrist. As his body fell backward, he lost his balance in his high heels and fell to the floor with a crack. This time, Ren Jin truly felt pain from the fall. The grief and indignation in her heart, as well as the endless grievances, suddenly exploded. Ren Jin sat on the ground and began to cry loudly without caring about his image. Jiang Shangxin, go ahead and hit me. You can kill me here today. Ren Jin said in a sorrowful voice, if I die, there will be no one left in the Jiang family. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Dragon Pool, alive, dead, dead. Zhu Lu was sent to prison and persecuted by you. Now, you want to kill me as well. Jiang Shangxin, you are the jinx of the Jiang family. How much do you want to harm the Jiang family before you are satisfied? With a stern expression, Jiang Shangxin stared at Ren Jin, who was bawling his eyes out on the floor. She said coldly, no one wanted to send Jiang Zhulu to jail. He sent himself to jail. He has done so many evil deeds, and they will be dug out one by one. Just wait and see. Very soon, you will know how many disgusting things your precious son has stained his hands. Impossible. Ren Jin shouted, Zhu Lu would never do those things. I know his character. Even though he is a little extreme, he is a good person. His company donates to charity every year. He even adopted many children in the poor mountainous areas. Zhu Lu donated the living expenses and school fees for those children. Jiang Shangxin's mouth was full of bitterness. She said in a mocking tone, I know these things better than you. This is what he used to show off when he wooed me. Which woman doesn't want to find a loving man to spend the rest of her life with? Because it would make her feel that he is so loving to others. He is only wholeheartedly devoted to his wife and her family. She didn't expect that it was just a piece of sheepskin that he wore on the outside. It was a layer of gold that he put on his face. Deep down, he is a hungry wolf. He is a devil and a scumbag. Marrying him is the most regrettable thing in my life. Shangxin. Tears streamed down Ren Jin's face as he looked at Shangxin and pleaded, "Shangxin, no matter what, you have to save Zhu Lu. Please help me save Zhu Lu. His father is no longer around, he is my only relative." Ren Jin crawled up from the ground and strode toward Jiang Shangxin. Thump. Ren Jin knelt down in front of Jiang Shangxin. "Shangxin, I beg you. I will kowtow to you. I will apologize to you. You are a woman too. Can you take pity on an old man like me? If I don't have my son, I won't be able to live on. I will die. Shangxin, can you take pity on me by saving Zhu Lu?" Jiang Shangxin looked at Ren Jin, who was crying and begging bitterly. She felt very upset. Ren Jin was born into a good family. She was also a woman who came from a big family. However, she had suffered all kinds of setbacks during this period of time. First, her husband disappeared mysteriously after he went out. Until now, not even his corpse had been found. Then, her son was taken away by the police. There wasn't even anyone to save him. She used to be extremely proud. However, she didn't hesitate to trample on her dignity. Now, she was just a pitiful woman. A mother who prayed for her son's health and safety. Jiang Shangxin squatted down and lifted Ren Jin's arm to help her up. Ren Jin knelt there and refused to get up. No matter how hard Jiang Shangxin tried, she couldn't get up. Jiang Shangxin didn't force her anymore. She looked at Ren Jin and said, "I can pity you. However, I will not pity Jiang Zhu Lu. He has to bear the responsibility for whatever he did wrong. If all the sins committed by the children could be forgiven because of the kindness of their parents, the world would have been in a mess." Jiang Shangxin. Ren Jin gritted her teeth and said, "Don't force me into a dead end." Jiang Shangxin looked at her with a serious look on her face and said resolutely, "I can tell you honestly that I will not save Jiang Zhu Lu. I will not send any lawyer from the Longtu group. You better pray that I don't send any lawyer. If that's the case, he might still have a chance of survival. If I were to take action, I would only wish for his death." The former chairman of the Longtu group, Jiang Zhu Lu, was arrested by the police for a crime of intentional homicide. Jiang Zhu Lu is the son of the founder of the Longtu group, Qiang Long Tan. Qiang Long Tan disappeared mysteriously. The police suspect that Jiang Zhu Lu killed his father in order to climb up the ranks. From the 4 talents of watching to the murder suspects, mental emptiness is the biggest incentive for rich kids to commit crimes. Bam! Lan Shanggu switched off the television. He pushed his chair away and stood up. He paced around his luxuriously decorated office. He held a cell phone in his hand. However, he didn't make the call. After hesitating for a long time, he grabbed the car key and walked out. Lan Shanggu went to the garage and chose his favorite military Hummer. He opened the door of the Hummer, started the engine, and rushed out. Screech, Lan Shanggu drove the car to the entrance of an old house. Just when he was about to get off the car and press the doorbell, a bright yellow Lamborghini rushed over. The sharp head of the Lamborghini and the front of the Hummer stood side by side. A young man with long hair sat in the driver's seat. The young man looked at Lan Shanggu, who was pressing the button, and said with a smile, "I was wondering who it was. Brother Lan Shanggu, you are back. You are a rare guest." Lan Tingyue, the son of Lan Shanggu's 4th uncle. He had been studying in France and had only returned to the country after graduating a year ago. He didn't have a formal job. He drove his luxury car around watching every day, drinking and flirting with girls. From time to time, he would do something out of the ordinary. Because he was the youngest boy in the Lan family, he had always been loved by everyone. As a result, he developed the habit of looking down on others and rarely putting them in his eyes. Ever since Lan Shanggu separated from the Lan family, he had never returned to the Lan family's old house. Lan Shanggu had only seen Lan Tingyue twice at the Blue Mountain Club. It was the first time that he happened to bump into him at his doorstep. Lan Shanggu smiled and said, "I came back to talk to Grandpa about something." "Talk about something? What is it?" Lan Shanggu smiled and said, "Kids shouldn't ask about this. Go back and rest early." Lan Tingyue sneered and said, "Lan Shanggu, if you still have a bit of backbone, hurry up and scram. Don't let me see you in the Lan family." "What? Back then, you wanted to ride on someone else's coattails and even didn't hesitate to separate from the Lan family, making the Lan family a joke in the eyes of outsiders. When I came back from studying abroad, do you know what I heard the most? Why did Lan Shanggu separate from the Lan family? Did the Lan family mistreat him? Lan Shanggu, don't you have any shame? Back then, in order to earn more money, you cried and shouted that you wanted to separate from the Lan family. Now that you've separated from the Lan family and you're in trouble outside, you come back to ask for help?" Lan Shanggu looked at Lan Tingyue thoughtfully and asked, "Are you done?" "I'm done. You're no longer a member of the Lan family. So, go wherever you want to go. Whether you live or die, whether you eat meat or drink porridge, it has nothing to do with the Lan family." Lan Shanggu nodded and started the Hummer again. After pressing the reverse gear, the Hummer quickly backed off. "I used to say how powerful the Lan clan's Lan Shanggu was, but now it seems that it's just a spineless coward." Seeing that Lan Shanggu was reversing the car and preparing to leave, Lan Tingyue's heart swelled up infinitely as if he had just won a battle. The Hummer that was reversing suddenly accelerated. The tall front of the Hummer ruthlessly rolled towards the sexy butt of the Lamborghini. Chapter 6:16. People who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. Lan Shanggu wasn't mediocre. He was the most outstanding and dazzling figure in the younger generation of the Lan family. He was selected as one of the 4 prodigies of Huacheng by busybodies. It was also because of Lan Shanggu's excellence that he became the target of love and special care by all the elders of the Lan family. Whether it was the old man of the Lan family or the other elders of the Lan family, they all nurtured him as the successor of the Lan family. Unexpectedly, Lan Shanggu actually fell out with his family because of an investment. He didn't even hesitate to betray the Lan family. In the eyes of some people in the Lan family, his behavior was a betrayal. Big families naturally had their pride. No one had ever dared to take the initiative to propose a separation from the family. Lan Shanggu tore apart the Lan family for his own benefit. In the eyes of many people, he was a shameful traitor. When Lan Shanggu was doing well in the Lan family and monopolizing power, the younger generation in the family admired him. However, when he became a traitor and abandoned by the Lan family because of a stupid choice, the long-suppressed jealousy and hatred in the hearts of the younger generation in the family turned into a heavy hatred. It was like weeds in the spring field, crazily popping out. Of course, there was a special reason why Lan Tingyue targeted Lan Shanggu. After Lan Shanggu and the Lan family separated, the Lan family pushed his brother, Lan Shonhua, to take over Lan Shanggu's position as the new successor of the family. Lan Shanggu hadn't returned home for several years. The position under Lan Shonhua's but became more and more stable. Now Lan Shanggu drove back in the middle of the night. In Lan Tingyue's eyes, he saw a dangerous signal. This was a dangerous person. Lan Tingyue originally thought that his mocking words would make Lan Shanggu leave. When he was about to start his newly bought sports car and enter the courtyard, he inadvertently saw a dazzling light from the rear-view mirror. No, it was a black front that looked like a beast opening its bloody mouth and pouncing at him. Clang, the tall and rough body of the Hummer rumbled forward. The hard metal bumper fiercely bit the sexy butt of the Lamborghini that stretched out like a wing. Not only that, the Hummer didn't stop immediately after smashing the butt of the Lamborghini. This big monster continued to charge forward under the control of Lan Shanggu. Kacha kacha, the back half of the Lamborghini was rolled up by the mouth of the big monster. The Hummer opened its mouth and continued to roll over Lan Tingyue in the driver's seat. Lan Tingyue was scared out of his wits. His face was pale and his pupils dilated. He pushed the car door open and wanted to escape, but he was pulled back by the seatbelt and couldn't move. Lan Mountain Valley! Lan Mountain Valley! Lan Tingyue screamed. Lan Shanggu stepped on the accelerator and drove the Hummer to continue attacking the city. Help! Lan Tingyue was so scared that his nose was running and his tears were running. He cried out, "Help, big brother Lan, don't kill me!" Bang! The Hummer finally stopped, but the engine was still running. The Lamborghini's weak body, which was pressed under his body, was shaking non-stop. Lan Shanggu looked down and stared at Lan Tingyue, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. He said arrogantly, "Now, can I go in?" Lan Tingyue couldn't say a word. He was so scared that he peed his pants. The hot air from the front of the Hummer poured on Lan Tingyue's back. His body was already soaked in sweat. "You called me a coward." "I'm not angry at all." Lan Shanggu stared at the back of Lan Tingyue's head and said, "I'm angry that you are a real coward." "He is a child." A young man in a white shirt stood at the door. He had a pair of black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked very scholarly. He looked at Lan Shanggu with a smile and said, "Big brother, why do you stoop to the level of a child? Isn't it not worth it to hurt your own body?" Lan Shonhua, Lan Tingyue's big brother. He was also the new person pushed out by the Lan family after Lan Shanggu left. When Lan Tingyue saw Lan Shonhua come out, it was as if he saw help. He cried and said, "Big brother, quickly save me, he wants to kill me." Lan Shonhua shook his head and sighed. He walked over to help Lan Tingyue untie the seat belt and said, "Big brother rarely comes back. How did you make him angry? Also, what nonsense are you talking about? Big brother is our big brother. How could he kill you? You must have said something you shouldn't have said, there was such a big commotion outside. Even Grandpa was woken up by you guys. Just wait to be scolded." Lan Shonhua didn't even look at the crashed Lamborghini. In his eyes, it was a toy not worth mentioning. Lan Shanggu looked at Lan Shonhua and said with a smile, "The men of the Lan family must have murderous intent. Tingyue has been spoiled by you guys. I'm here to cultivate his murderous intent." Lan Tingyue originally wanted to counterattack and say that you're not here to cultivate my murderous intent. You want to kill me. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he met Lan Shanggu's deep and cold eyes when he smiled. He couldn't shout out the words he had thought of. Lan Shonhua glanced at Lan Tingyue and said, "You stay here and bring some people to clean up this place. Won't it be a joke if outsiders see this?" He walked to the window of Lan Shanggu's car and said with a smile, "Big brother, Grandpa asked me to invite you in." Lan Shanggu nodded and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he drove the Hummer and took the lead to rush into the courtyard gate. Lan Shonhua stood where he was and looked at the square-shaped big man with a warm smile. "Brother," Lan Tingyue ran to Lan Shonhua's side and said angrily, "Why did you let him in? Didn't you also not stop him?" Lan Shonhua said with a smile. But, Lan Tingyue seriously thought about it and realized that even his brother had no way to stop Lan Shanggu. Lan Shanggu's personality was arrogant and despotic. There was really no one in the younger generation who could suppress him. Even in his uncle's generation, there was no one who could suppress him. Otherwise, how could he be allowed to leave the Lan family? And even take away such a big piece of the cake? The old man of the Lan family had a habit of sleeping early. When he heard the commotion outside, he got up again. Winter was still far away. The old man had already wrapped a blanket around his body and sat in the study connected to the bedroom. He said to Lan Shanggu, who had entered the room, "Why are you angry with a child? Making such a big commotion, aren't you afraid that people outside will laugh at you?" Lan Shanggu smiled and walked in front of the old man. He poured a cup of warm water and placed it in his hand. He said, "Why should I be afraid of people laughing at me? Those people who laugh at me will soon know that they are actually fools. But I am a little unhappy about doing this. It is a big sin to disturb Grandpa's rest." The old man waved his hand and said, "All right, you haven't come back to see me for 3 years. The moment you come back, you are trying to bewitch me. What do you want?" "Grandpa, hand the Lan family over to me." Lan Shanggu rubbed his hands and said with a serious face, "I promise that you will be able to manage the Lan family well. All the businesses will flourish, and the family's rise will be just around the corner." The old man swallowed a mouthful of hot water with great difficulty. He glanced at Lan Shanggu and said, "I am not dead yet, and you are already thinking of usurping the position? How can this be usurping the position? Is there such an open and above-board usurper like me?" Lan Shanggu's face was full of smiles. He said, "This is something that the two of us, grandpa and grandson, have discussed and discussed. I made a very good suggestion to you, and you accepted my suggestion without hesitation and passed the position of the clan leader to me. If this matter succeeds, hey, the two of us will become a great story, after I die," the old man said while coughing. He looked very agitated. Lan Shanggu hurriedly ran over to massage the old man's back. He said, "I was just joking. You don't have to take it seriously, but you can't not take it seriously either. This matter is worth considering. After all, you know those children and grandchildren of yours. There are a few good ones among the sons, but among the grandchildren, only I am outstanding. Lan Shonhua is a little too sissy. I have bullied his own brother to this extent, but he still doesn't dare to rush up and fight with me. Can such a person become the clan leader of the Lan family? You have been in the military your whole life. You can't let this kind of sissy ruin your foundation, right?" Old Master Lan started coughing again. He pointed at Lan Shanggu and scolded, "Is this how you evaluate your brother?" "I am just speaking the truth." Lan Shanggu was worried that he had angered Old Master Lan to death, so he really didn't dare to spout nonsense. "Grandpa, since you are not willing to hand the Lan family over to me, then you have to give me some compensation, withdraw the Lan family's shares in the Longtu group, right?" Old Master Lan stopped coughing and stared at Lan Shanggu with a piercing gaze. He asked, "Did that fellow with the surname Fong ask you to look for me? I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. That little loach has really grown up and actually has the position of authority in this Huacheng. You won the bet and came back to flaunt your strength? He didn't ask me to come." Lan Shanggu sat down in front of Old Master Lan again and said, "Jiang Junling has disappeared and Jiang Zhulu has been arrested and imprisoned. Who is the person in control of the Longtu group now?" "It's Jiang Shangxin, Jiang Zhulio's wife. You must have known long ago, right? Jiang Shangxin has become Fong Yan's woman since a long time ago." Old Master Lan's eyes widened and he said angrily, "The two of them got together? Disgraced, truly disgraced. These people can do anything shameless." The elderly valued the relationship between a man and a woman the most. From his point of view, Fong Yan was worse than a beast for getting together with someone else's wife. Lan Shanggu stared at Old Master Lan with his eyes wide open and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Old Master, aren't you a little too open-minded? I only said that Jiang Shangxin has become Fong Yan's woman, I didn't say that she has become Fong Yan's woman." Chapter 6:17. What was the difference between his men and his women? Lu Shu was Fong Yan's man, Lan Shanggu was Fong Yan's man, Du Qing was Fong Yan's man, and Jiang Shangxin was Fong Yan's man. They were comrades in arms, an alliance. They were like grasshoppers on a boat. However, his women had another meaning. Lu Chaoga was his woman? The little princess of the Qin clan was also his woman? Although old Master Lan was old, he was still very clear about this. He looked at Longu Valley and asked, busybodies have named you kids as the 4 prodigies of Huacheng. Even though it's a little childish, it still represents the 4 most powerful clans in Huacheng. The Jiang family has fallen to such a state, it really makes one sigh. If the Jiang clan is gone, will the other clans really be able to protect themselves? Grandpa, can you protect them? Lan Shanggu asked back. Old Master Lan was furious. He raised something in his hand and wanted to throw it at him. He shouted, why can't I protect them? Could it be that in your eyes, that fellow is already unstoppable? Lan Shanggu sighed softly and said, Grandpa, I don't think that he is unstoppable, and it's not because I'm inflated after winning. Think about it, how many resources and connections does Fang Yan have now? He has the support of the Lu clan, the support of Lan Shanggu, the support of Du Qing, he has the powerful Chaoyan technology, Longtu is under his control, and the support of the Qin clan. Grandpa, if he really wants to make a move against the Lan clan, how do you think we can fight back? Old Master Lan laughed coldly and said, the Lan clan is doing business properly. Would he dare to take it by force? Grandpa, nowadays, no one is stupid enough to do things like taking things by force. The risk is too high, and the loss outweighs the gain. He only needs to use the resources under his banner to force the living environment of the Lan clan. As long as he makes a move, countless people under him will follow suit. By then, what will the Lan clan do? The Lu clan isn't on his side either, right? Won't the Mei family stand up and say something? Of course, the Lu family won't be on his side. However, the Lu family will make a wise choice, to follow the Wolf King and eat the meat and drink the soup, or to become the prey that the Wolf King leads the wolves to attack and devour. They will make a wise choice. As for the Mei family is different from us. They had their own way of survival. Why would they care about the life and death of others? Even if Grandpa wanted to join hands with them, he would probably have to give up a considerable portion of the benefits, right? They want shipping. Are you willing to give it to them? According to what you're saying, our Lan clan has nowhere to go. That's not it. Lan Shanggu said, hasn't Grandpa already made his choice? Grandfather chose the Jiang family and chose to rely on the Jiang family's power. If this was the capital city or any other city, I would suggest that Grandpa make this choice. You have no choice but to do so. But Grandpa, this is Flower City. Our roots are in Flower City. You think I made the wrong choice? Old Master Lan held his teacup and looked at Lan Gulu with a piercing gaze. At least for now, it seems to be wrong. Lan Shanggu said straightforwardly. Old Master Lan's eyes turned cold and he fell into a long silence. Lan Shanggu waited for Grandpa to think for a while before saying, Jiang Zhulu is in jail and won't be able to come out for a while. Fang Yan didn't let anyone else control Longtu. He didn't even use his most trusted person, Lu Chaoga. Instead, he sent Shangxin in. This means that he doesn't want Longtu to be separated. He wants to use Shangxin's identity to take over Longtu. If the Lan clan still wants to have a share of the loot, there will be a huge feud. Old Master Lan looked at Lan Shanggu and asked, are the things that Jiang Zhulu did true? They should be. Lan Shanggu nodded with a serious expression. Even though a tiger is ferocious, it doesn't eat its cubs. How is this behavior different from that of a beast? This time, it was Lan Shanggu's turn to remain silent. Old Master Lan looked at Lan Gulu and said, father and son killing each other and brothers fighting each other, this is a tragedy. I don't have any other requests from you. I only want you to keep this family and prosper in everything you do. No matter what, Lan Shanggu nodded and said, Grandpa, I understand. Old Master Lan nodded in satisfaction and said, "What you mean is that we can't keep the shares of Longtu no matter what?" "We can't," Lan Shanggu said. Old Master Lan took a sip from his teacup and said, "You're the eldest son and grandson of the Lan clan. Splitting up in a fit of pique, the things you brought out with you are ultimately still too little. This is a little unfair to you. I'll give you the little bit of shares that the Lan clan has in the Longtu Corporation. Think of it as some compensation to you." Lan Shanggu stared at Old Master Lan with his eyes wide open and said, "Grandpa." Old Master Lan sighed softly and said, "You and Fang Yen will advance and retreat together. He can't possibly forcefully take over his own brother's shares, can he? If that's the case, how is he different from a beast? Who would dare to work with him in the future?" Lan Shanggu felt that he had fallen into a huge pit. A bottomless pit. Someone knocked on the room door. Lan Shanggu looked outside with a smile and said, "I guess it must be Lan Shonhua." He raised his voice and shouted outside, "Come in." The room door was pushed open. It was indeed Lan Shonhua standing at the door. Lan Shonhua carried a tray in his hand and walked in with a smile on his face. He said, "Grandpa, big brother, I knew that you two would talk until midnight, so I asked the kitchen to make a bowl of sweet distiller's grains for you two to eat while it's hot. Fill your stomach." He placed the tray on the table and placed a bowl in front of Grandpa and Lan Shanggu each. He said, "You two take your time, I'll go out first." With that, he carried the tray and walked out. Lan Shanggu looked at Old Master Lan and said, "A scholar who has been away for 3 days has changed my opinion of him." Old Master Lan had a smug look on his face. He said, "Spring is when 100 flowers contend." Mo Qingdi and Ice Dragon were living together. Just like a loser who had met the Ms. Perfect in his life, Mo Qingdi's life in the land of extreme coldness had undergone a complete change. He lived in a large, unique, and luxurious house with icicles hanging from the ceiling. He ate all kinds of rare and precious celestial fruits that he had never eaten before. Even the place where he slept at night was covered with red feathers. A red feather was a red bird on the glacier. Because Mo Qingdi had not seen anyone else in the land of extreme coldness, no one had told him the name of this bird. Mo Qingdi had been in this glacier for many years, but he had only seen this bird a few times. There was a large pile of bird feathers in Ice Dragon's cave. Mo Qingdi tidied it up. It was much more comfortable than the down quilt he used in Yanjing. It had to be said that his current life was much better than living in the igloo that he had carved out with a knife. Life was so blissful and comfortable, but Mo Qingdi could not help but worry about one problem. How could he get Ice Dragon's blood and tendon? If he could not get Ice Dragon's blood and tendon, would he have to stay in this land of extreme coldness for the rest of his life and become a pair of dragons of life and death with Ice Dragon? The Azure Dragon had met the Ice Dragon. His ice-cold heart couldn't help but ripple after ripple. It was dinner time now. Ice Dragon gave Azure Dragon a look, signaling him to wait for a while. Then he wagged his tail and ran into the deep cave. This was the only thing that Azure Dragon was not satisfied with Ice Dragon. Every time it was time for dinner, Ice Dragon would give Azure Dragon a smug look, meaning to say, "Wait for me to get you something to eat." After a while, he had piled up in front of Mo Qingdi with all kinds of food in his mouth. It was said that every dragon had a treasure trove, and inside the treasure trove were all kinds of rare and strange treasures. There was one time when Mo Qingdi wanted to go in with it to have a look, but the little transparent dog just stood there, not moving an inch. It only looked at him with a sad look in its eyes. "I'm already so good to you, how can you ask for more?" Mo Qingdi was embarrassed by the dog's stare. He turned around and ran to a corner to sit down. Only then did the transparent puppy scuttle into the depths of the cave with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Ice Dragon was very fast. He did not have to wait too long before he came back with a big pile of food in front of Mo Qingdi. There was snow snake meat, red silk fish, 9 petals snow lotus, baby ginseng, and red lava fruit. Ice Dragon held a red lava fruit in his mouth and put it in front of Mo Qingdi. Then, he rolled his tongue into a baby ginseng and chewed it. Mo Qingdi pushed the red lava fruit back, then reached out his hand to touch the thick 9-petal snow lotus. Ice Dragon saw Mo Qingdi's action and once again held the red lava fruit in his mouth in front of Mo Qingdi. He even winked at Mo Qingdi, as if saying, "I know you like this, don't be shy with me." Mo Qingdi shook his head and pushed the red lava fruit away again, then reached out to touch the red silk fish. Ice Dragon used his claws to pull the red silk fish under him, and once again pushed the lava fruit to Mo Qingdi. After doing this, Ice Dragon glanced at Mo Qingdi with a reproachful look. "Eat it, don't waste my good intentions." "I mean," Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said awkwardly, "can we change it?" Ever since Mo Qingdi ate the lava fruit on the first day he came to the Ice Dragon's lair as a guest and expressed high praise for the food, the Ice Dragon would push a lava fruit in front of Mo Qingdi every time it was time to eat. For the first few days, Mo Qingdi enjoyed the food quite a lot. The meat was crispy and juicy, and it was a rare and precious fruit in the world. After eating for half a month, Mo Qingdi could not stand it anymore. He needed a change of taste, right? Chapter 6:18. The more he tried, the further he went wrong. Mo Qingdi wanted to eat something else. He wanted to eat a ginseng, a snow lotus, a red silk fish, or even a snow snake. After eating lava fruits for more than 10 days and 30 meals, Mo Qingdi even began to miss the disgusting and nauseous flame rats he used to eat. However, Ice Dragon could not understand Mo Qingdi's thoughts. The first time it met Mo Qingdi, the image of Mo Qingdi's eyes shining when he saw the lava fruit in its mouth was still engraved in its mind. Later on, whenever it placed the lava fruit in front of Mo Qingdi, he would eat it cleanly with a face full of joy and delight, not even spitting out the core of the fruit. Only the dragon race would be so extravagant as to think that it was necessary to spit out the core of the lava fruit after eating it. In this world of ice and snow where not even a blade of grass grew, it was an extravagant hope to see a small flower or grass. To encounter such a rare fruit was a great blessing. The core of the fruit was also an extremely rare and precious object. How could Mo Qingdi bear to spit it out? The idea that Mo Qingdi liked to eat lava fruits was deeply ingrained in Ice Dragon's heart. Ice Dragon was a hospitable host. Since there was a guest in his territory, he naturally had to offer his best and favorite food. "Don't you like to eat lava fruits?" "It's okay, I have plenty at home." In Ice Dragon's eyes, Mo Qingdi's act of pushing the lava fruits to him was humble and embarrassed. Ice Dragon thought that the weird-looking monster in front of him must have felt bad for eating too many of his magma fruits, so he wanted to return them to him so that he could enjoy them as well. Too polite. Ice Dragon didn't know how to speak. If it could, it would have said this sentence. It couldn't understand what Mo Qingdi was saying, but judging from his expression, the Ice Dragon stared intently at Mo Qingdi's expression. It tilted its head and thought for a while, then lowered its head again and placed the lava fruit in front of Mo Qingdi. "Don't be polite with me." Ice Dragon wagged his tail. He had an expression that said, "I understand your kindness. Although I like to eat it, I can give it to you since you like it." Mo Qingdi sighed deeply. He wanted to go home. He returned to his igloo, caught a snow snake or killed a flame rat, skinned it, cleaned it, and froze it. He wanted to eat meat. Seeing Mo Qingdi's moved expression, Ice Dragon became even more pleased with himself. It jumped up and down on the spot, looking like it was asking for a beating. It used its claws to push the lava fruit in front of Mo Qingdi, signaling him to pick it up and eat it. "Thank you." Mo Qingdi took the magma fruit and took a big bite. His mouth was full of juice, but he still felt that there was a bird in his mouth, if only there was a bird in his mouth. The ice dragon also began to eat. As usual, it ate the baby ginseng, the snow lotus with 9 petals, the red silk fish, and the snow snake. Feeling that it was still not full, it ran to its mouth and grabbed a few snow-like objects that Mo Qingdi had never seen before. It chewed on them with a loud crunching sound. Ice Dragon ate very quickly. After finishing the pile of heaven and earth treasures, Mo Qingdi had only eaten half of a lava fruit. Ice Dragon looked at Mo Qingdi with a face full of blame. "Why are you eating so slowly? Look at how good I am." After Mo Qingdi had finished eating the lava fruit, he washed his hands and face with the icy water in the cave pool. Then, he began to practice his martial arts. Mo Qingdi had to practice. First, it was to resist the bitter cold, so that his body could always be at its healthiest. In this extremely cold place, there were no doctors, and probably no other human beings. If his body became weak or he noticed some other symptoms, then only death awaited him. In addition, Mo Qingdi was also digesting the energy that the lava fruit gave him. Mo Qingdi did not know where this lava fruit came from, and he had never even seen a tree with this fruit. However, he could feel that this fruit was very beneficial to his body. The lava fruit was fiery red in color, sweet and juicy, and it felt cool and delicious when eaten. But when the fruit entered his stomach, it began to emit a strange heat. It was like accidentally eating an aphrodisiac, like, I love a piece of firewood, causing an inexplicable heat in one's body. If one sat there without moving, this heat would last for a long time. As long as one exercised intensely, the heat would spread faster. Mo Qingdi had just eaten another lava fruit, so he had to exercise again. Now he had to exercise 3 times a day. Ever since his tendons and veins were broken, he had never been as diligent as he was in this extremely cold place. Every time Mo Qingdi practiced, Ice Dragon would sit beside him and watch for a while. It never sat or squatted. Because Mo Qingdi had never entered its real cave, he did not know what kind of posture it was when it slept. Perhaps there were other beauties hidden in the golden house? Thinking of this possibility, Mo Qingdi felt a trace of anger in his heart. As usual, after watching for a few minutes, Ice Dragon felt that Mo Qingdi's kicks were very boring, so it flicked its tail and rushed into the depths of the cave like the wind. Mo Qingdi was very conflicted. He wanted to heal his meridians and body, and he wanted to go back to check on the current situation of the Fang family and see if Fang Yan could hold on by himself. If he wanted to go back as soon as possible, he could only kill Ice Dragon, drink its blood, and extract its tendons. However, if he did that, how could he be worthy of its life-saving grace? How could he be worthy of its deep friendship for treating him with good food and drinks every day? It was hard to advance, hard to retreat. He was in a dilemma. Just as Mo Qingdi was lost in his thoughts, the sound of screams and howls suddenly came from the outside. As Mo Qingdi listened attentively, a gust of wind blew past him. The transparent puppy had already run out to watch the commotion. This dog. Ever since Fang Yan brought Jiang Shangxin to the Chao Yan Underground Research Institute, she had settled down there. Even though Jiang Zhulu had been taken away by the police and most of the threats to her safety had been removed, she still had no intention of leaving. That place gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Of course, it was indeed very safe there. This was the first time that Jiang Shangxin had come to this neighborhood, and she felt that it was necessary for her to pay a visit to this legendary woman. Lu Chaoga. Her story had become a compulsory subject for the students of various business schools, and her photos and interviews frequently appeared in domestic and international financial magazines. Goddess of Flame, Sexiest CEO, Most Intelligent Woman, #1 on the charity rankings for 3 consecutive years, the actual controller of Chao Yan Science and Technology, and the mysterious woman behind Fang Yan, she was dazzling and full of honors. Jiang Shangxin was a proud woman. However, even such a proud woman like her would be jealous of Lu Xiaoge. This woman had lost a lot, but she had gained even more. Before knowing her story, it was hard to imagine how a woman could live such a rich and colorful life. Jiang Shangxin suddenly had this thought, and she couldn't suppress it after it appeared in her mind. Let's go and see Lu Xiaoge. Why do I want to see her? Jiang Shangxin thought to herself. Firstly, it was to thank her for being willing to provide her with a place to stay when she was in the most difficult and dangerous situation. Jiang Shangxin was very clear that if it wasn't for Lu Xiaoge's permission, Fang Yan wouldn't have been able to bring her to such an important place like Chao Yan Underground Research Institute. Although Fang Yan had a lot of say in Chao Yan science and technology, Lu Xiaoge was the real owner of Chao Yan. Chao Yan, Chao Yan. The word Chao came before the word Yan. Secondly, it was because of admiration. Jiang Shangxin had known her for many years, and the two of them had quite a bit of history. Before she appeared, Lu Xiaoge was Jiang Zhuliu's admirer, and she knew that the Jiang family had always wanted Lu Xiaoge to become Jiang Zhuliu's daughter-in-law. After that, Lu Xiaoge and Qiang Longtan had a falling out, and she forcefully tore off a large piece of Longtu Group and left. Naturally, she established her own company and created Chao Yan Science and Technology. The first time they met was by chance at the shopping mall 3 years ago. When she and Jiang Zhulu went shopping, Lu Xiaoge and Fang Yan also appeared at the shopping mall. At that time, she only had some appreciation and admiration for Lu Xiaoge. She felt that this woman was courageous and knowledgeable, and it wasn't easy for her to get to where she was today to be able to fight with an opponent like Qiang Longtan. There was also a little jealousy in her heart. At that time, she really liked Jiang Zhulu, and she didn't want the man she liked to be thinking about other women. A current girlfriend and an ex-girlfriend were natural enemies. Of course, it was just a little. Who would have thought that in just a few years, Lu Xiaoge would be able to achieve such brilliant and dazzling achievements under the watchful eyes of countless enemies, open spears and covert attacks. How much was Chao Yan Science and Technology worth now? One media outlet had a very good evaluation: "Don't talk about money with Lu Xiaoge." Everyone's focus now was on whether Chao Yan Science and Technology could become a great company. Or rather, whether it could become the greatest company in the world. Jiang Shangxin pressed the doorbell, and the door to the courtyard opened very quickly. The moment Jiang Shangxin entered the door, she saw Lu Xiaoge, who took the initiative to walk out to welcome her. She was dressed in a white tracksuit and a pair of white sports shoes, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She was like a newlywed who had just gotten married and walked out to welcome her guests with a face full of smiles. Jiang Shangxin had never seen Lu Xiaoge dressed like this, but deep down, she had to admit that this Lu Xiaoge was really beautiful. She was even more beautiful than when she was on the cover of a magazine. Chapter 619. In the media, Lu Xiaoge was aloof and elegant, just like a goddess in the clouds. While people worshipped her, it also created a sense of unreachable distance. In Jiang Shangxin's eyes, Lu Xiaoge was smart, sharp, and cold. She was good at forbearance. Some people described Jiang Zhuliu's father as a scalper and a dog. However, Jiang Shangxin felt that Lu Xiaoge's scheming ability and ability to hide her emotions were not inferior to Qiang Longtan's. When she was still a child, she already knew how to deal with the murderer who killed her parents and won, and finally avenge her parents. How much willpower did it take? There was an old saying that went, "Kings don't meet kings." Because of some reason, Jiang Shangxin would more or less see Lu Xiaoge as her competitor. However, when she saw Lu Xiaoge come out to greet the guests in such a simple home attire, Jiang Shangxin suddenly realized that she might never be able to catch up with Lu Xiaoge's footsteps. Some people did it as if it were heavy, while others did it as if it were light. Perhaps, in her heart, she had never seen herself as a competitor. It was a fortunate and sad thing. I'm sorry to disturb you so abruptly, Jiang Shangxin looked at Lu Chaoga and said apologetically. Lu Chaoga smiled, and it was like a spring breeze blowing on her face. Jiang Shangxin dared to swear that no media could capture such a smile from Lu Chaoga in the past. Because Jiang Shangxin had studied Lu Chaoga's appearance records, she had never smiled before. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was blissful, and that kind of bliss was emitted from the inside out. It was like a woman who couldn't help but smile foolishly after falling in love, and she couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. Lu Xiaoga took the initiative to stretch out his beautiful palm toward Shangxin and said in a gentle voice, I was supposed to be the one to visit you, but I've been too busy recently. I'm very happy that you're here as a guest. Jiang Shangxin sighed to herself. This woman was indeed a formidable person. When he was in trouble, he came to seek shelter, and even until now, he was still living in the underground research institute under her name. She didn't mention or ask about it when she saw him, as if she didn't know about it at all. Needless to say, that was the most embarrassing period of time for Shangxin. A spike in her bone, a scar on her face. If it weren't for Fang Yan who pulled down the plane to Paris in time, the news of her accident would have spread to China. Lu Chaoga's way of handling things made her feel very comfortable, and she felt that she was respected. Why did best friends end up fighting each other to the death? Because he asked too many questions. Jiang Shangxin held Lu Xiaoga's hand tightly and said, I saw an interview about you in the World Finance and Economics 2 years ago. You said that you like to study recipes during your free time at work and cook a delicious meal for yourself. I wonder if I will have the fortune to do so. Lu Chaoga made an inviting gesture and gestured for Jiang Shangxin to follow him into the house. She said, when you participated in the Midnight Storm interview, you said that your ideal life is to be a full-time wife who takes care of your husband and children. I guess your culinary skills are pretty good, right? How about we each cook 2 signature dishes? Isn't there still soup? Jiang Shangxin looked at Fang Yan, who was standing by the window on the 2nd floor, and said, Mr. Fang should be able to make soup, right? No problem. Lu Chaoga said. The fish soup that Mr. Fang makes is superb, you should try it. It's definitely not to be missed. Jiang Shangxin's face was full of smiles and she said, in that case, I can have a good meal today. Fang Yan did not know that he had fallen into the trap of the 2 women. At this time, he was standing on the balcony and calling his grandfather, Fang Hui. Don't always play with the bird. How old are you? Why are you always fighting with a parrot? Fang Yan comforted him. Fang Yan talked to his mother on the phone, and Lu Wan said that his grandfather was in a bad mood these days. The King Kong eagle that he had raised for 3 to 4 years suddenly ignored him. In the past, the man and the bird would have quarreled with each other every day. The King Kong eagle suddenly stopped talking, which made Fang Hui very anxious. He kept provoking it, wanting to hear it fight back as usual. However, the King Kong eagle seemed to have lost its voice. No matter what Fang Hui said or did, it just stared at him blankly without saying a word. Later, old Master Fang Hui seemed to understand something, and he stopped talking. The man and the bird stared at each other for a long time. This made Lu Wan very anxious, so she called Fang Yan to persuade Fang Hui. So what if I'm old? Old people are not allowed to play with birds? Which family's rule is this? If I don't play with birds, what should I do? I want to hunt bears in the mountains and catch turtles in the sea, but I need him to listen to me. If he doesn't listen to me, where can I go? I can only play with the old bird to kill time. Fang Yan felt bad and said guiltily, Grandpa, why don't I go back and bring you to Huacheng? Didn't you say that? When you were young, you were invincible in Huacheng. Now that you are back in the old place, maybe you can recall your past glory? Is that all right? I will book a ticket back to Yanjing tomorrow. Go, go, go. I am living well in Swallow Dock, why would I go to Huacheng? Let me tell you, I am not going anywhere, you don't have to think about it. Fang Hui refused firmly. Then I will go back and stay with you for a few days? Fang Yan said with a smile. I also want to eat my mom's pork stewed with vermicelli. Fang Hui sighed and said, Fang Yan, don't bother. I know what you are thinking, and I understand your filial piety. But Huacheng is full of things now, you can't leave, and you can't leave. Are you worried that I will become demented like that old bird? Or are you worried that I will leave with it one day? Grandpa, Fang Yan said in a sorrowful voice. His father passed away, Mo Qingdi went missing, and the two closest men to his grandpa left. His father was his grandpa's son, and Mo Qingdi was also his grandpa's son. Although he had never said anything in the past few years, and would never confide in anyone, his heart was just too bitter. He was such a proud man, how could he bear such a blow? In the 3 years that Fang Yan suffered, Grandpa Fang's body became weaker and weaker. No one knew when the oil lamp would burn out. Even a gust of wind could blow him out. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are human nature. Who can defy the heavens? Fang Hui said gently. His words carried the bleakness of the autumn wind and the falling leaves. I don't know how much merit we have to cultivate for the heavens to let us come to this world. Originally, it should have been you going your own way and I going mine, but because we had unresolved grievances in our previous lives, I became your grandfather, and you became my grandson. Fang Hui, have never let down the heavens, and never bowed down to anyone. I have trained hard and lived my life seriously. My life has come to an end, and I have lived my life to the end. But your life has just begun. You haven't lived a single Chou Mao Yin yet. You have to continue working hard and don't waste your time on an old man like me. It is too precious. We can't afford to waste it. Grandpa, is there anything more important than spending time with you? Fang Yan endured the pain in his heart and said with a smile, there are shortcuts when it comes to being a person or doing things. For example, if I want to practice martial arts, I have to find a good master. You and the old drunkard are good masters. They can teach me quickly and help me improve faster than my peers. It is the same with being a person. If I want to live a single Chou Mao Yin, I will stay by your side and listen to you tell me about the ups and downs of life. I like the stories you tell me, and they contain profound philosophy. After listening to you for 30 to 50 years, maybe I will become the smartest person in the world. Fang Hui was amused by Fang Yan's words. He laughed and scolded, **t. How many stories do I have to tell you for 30 to 50 years? At that time, I will be more than 100 years old, and you will be 70 or 80 years old. A 100-year-old monster telling a 70 or 80-year-old man how to be a person? If someone saw this scene, they would have a heart attack. Hearing his grandpa's hearty laughter, Fang Yan felt a little better. He said, if someone saw this scene, they would definitely think of us as immortals. I am an old immortal, and you are an old immortal. I will give you 2 roasted chickens and a pot of plum wine. We can even have a drink. You're just making things up, kid. Fang Hui said with a smile. After a pause, old Master Fang said in a deep voice, I went to see Master 2 days ago. I will go to Master and ask for justice for you. What did Master say? Fang Yan's heart sank as he asked aloud. Bai Xiu was Master's student. Bai Xiu and Jiang Junling had planned that fatal trap, but in the end, Fang Yan had counterattacked and stabbed Bai Xiu to death. Did Master know what Bai Xiu had done? What would Master think about Bai Xiu's death? Fang Yan had to consider these questions, and he had to think of the worst. Master said. Old Master Fang Hui's voice was low and powerful. He said, he should give you an explanation for this matter. He asked you to come back when you have time. You should come back too. That child Wenwan seems to be advancing again. If you don't work harder, you will fall behind her again. You will be bullied by women for the rest of your life. I understand. Fang Yan said with a smile. When Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan came to Huacheng, they had said that Yi Wenwan had gone into seclusion again. During this time, Fang Yan had been unable to contact her. Every breakthrough was a rebirth. It was full of hope, but also unknown danger. Fang Yan wanted to go back and face it with her. I will go back as soon as possible. Chapter 620. Every moment in the business world will not repeat itself. The next Bill Gates will not develop an operating system, and the next Larry Page or Sergey Brin will not research on search engines. The next Mark Zuckerberg will not create a social network. You have a better starting point, you have better resources, and you are much richer and stronger than they were when they started. Why must you make a cell phone? When Jiang Shangxin heard Lu Chaoge say that Chaoyan Technology wanted to make its own cell phone brand, she looked at her in disbelief and said, the competition in the cell phone market is intense now, and more than 90% of the market is occupied by cell phone giants like Apple, Samsung, and Xiaomi. How much effort will you have to put in as a newcomer? How much attention can you attract? There are countless people who want to overthrow the hegemons, but almost all of them have been wiped out. You could have done something that changed the world. From 0 to 1, Lu Chaoge said. This is the business logic of Peter Thiel, the founder of PayPal and the first external investor of Facebook. He is the greatest investor, and he believes that innovation is not from 1 to n, but from 0 to 1. Are you his believer? Yes, this is a great person, and he always wants to do something that will change the world. He believes that the greatest mediocrity is imitation. Jiang Shangxin did not hide her admiration and respect for that venture capital emperor. She said, so, he did it. He became a god in the hearts of countless entrepreneurs. You should be such a person, and not repeat the same things as those mediocre people. You have the Chaoyan Empire, and you have a technological killer like the Rubik's Cube. How much technology can a cell phone have? No matter how great those cell phone manufacturers are, they are only at the level of technology that those small factories in Shan City can achieve. Even the standby time is longer than those branded phones. I think it is a waste of resources for you to make a cell phone. Lu Xiaoge held on to the fragrant tea in his hands and looked at Jiang Shangxin with a smile on his face. He said, Grim Gale once said that from the perspective of practical economics, an enterprise must first survive before it can think about innovation, but your business is already doing very well, and you don't lack money at all. No, it is not strong enough. Lu Chaoge's voice was gentle, but there was a burning ambition in her eyes. I said that I want to make a strong business empire, and I want it to be the strongest backing. Everyone in the world needs a cell phone, and I will not let go of this market. I know that Apple and Samsung are very strong, and I know that they have occupied more than 90% of the market, but, no matter what, I am willing to fight for it. Jiang Shangxin stared at Lu Xiaoge with a burning gaze and asked, everything that you have done, is for Fang Yan, right? Lu Chaoge took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Lu Chaoge said, Fang God. For others, for myself, this is what I want to do, what I am willing to do. We have to chase after something in life. Making Chaoyan the most powerful business empire is my life's pursuit. Jiang Shangxin nodded her head seriously and said, yes, it feels so good to work hard for your dreams. Have you made up your mind? What? Lu Xiaoge looked at Jiang Shangxin in confusion. If you have made up your mind, bring me along, Jiang Shangxin said. I don't want to miss the birth of a great cell phone, no matter if I invest in Longtu Group or in my own name. Lu Chaoge extended his hand to Jiang Shangxin and said, welcome. Jiang Shangxin shook Lu Chaoge's hand and said, so, have you thought of a name for the cell phone that is going to turn the world upside down? Lu Chaoge shook her head and said, I haven't decided yet. I have a suggestion, Jiang Shangxin said. Fang Yan happened to come downstairs and saw Lu Chaoge and Jiang Shangxin shaking hands and chatting happily. He smiled and said, "Did I see something that I shouldn't have?" Jiang Shangxin then let go of Lu Chaoge's hand and asked Fang Yan, "What kind of content do you want to see? Tell us, we might be able to satisfy you." Lu Chaoge blushed. She didn't want to explain anything and just lowered her head to drink her tea. The moment Fang Yan imagined the scene of Shangxin and Lu Xiaoge tearing each other apart and rolling around, he felt as if his nose was going to bleed profusely. He switched the channel hurriedly and sat down opposite Shangxin. "Why are you here?" Jiang Shangxin was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's question. She looked at Lu Chaoge and said, "Sister Lu, Fang Yan doesn't welcome me." Lu Chaoge rolled her eyes at Fang Yan and scolded him for talking nonsense. She comforted Jiang Shangxin and said, "Treat this place as your home. Come and talk to me when you have time. Sister Lu is so hospitable, much better than some people," Jiang Shangxin said with a smile. Fang Yan was secretly surprised. Based on his understanding of these two women, this was the first time that they were sitting so close to each other and chatting. In such a short time, they were already addressing each other as sisters? They didn't like each other in the past. "You couldn't wait to fall out with me and I couldn't wait to scratch one of your eyes, okay?" Women's feelings were really inexplicable and frivolous. Lu Chaoge placed the teacup on the coffee table and said to Fang Yan, "Shangxin and I have already discussed it. We will each make 2 of our specialties and we need someone to make a soup." Fang Yan nodded and said, "I will call Fang Yingying in. His tomato and egg soup is very good." Sister Lu said that the fish soup you make is the best. Jiang Shangxin squinted her eyes at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang, we are so busy doing this and that because of you. It shouldn't be a problem for you to make a bowl of soup to reward us, right? Both of you have already discussed it. Do I still have a chance to reject?" Fang Yan said with a bitter smile. Jiang Shangxin made 2 dishes, crispy pork ribs and fried bean skin with oil. Lu Chaoge made her specialties, steamed fish with black bean sauce and tofu with spring onions. Fang Yan made a fish soup. During the meal, Fang Yingying would come in from time to take a look. He would praise Lu Chaoge for being more beautiful than 2 hours ago and Jiang Shangxin for having such an outstanding temperament. He would even go against his conscience and say that Fang Yan was gentle, generous, and a good uncle master. Of course, Fang Yan still chased him out. There were a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup. He would only be 80% full even if he ate all of them. If he came in, Qi Ning might also shamelessly follow him in. If the 2 of them were to clean up the place, what would the others eat? After the meal, Lu Chaoge cleared the dishes and Fang Yan accompanied Jiang Shangxin for a walk in the backyard. "Jiang Zhuliu's secretary is now my subordinate. With her help, I can quickly understand the internal situation of the Longtu group. I have talked to all the senior management in the group and roped in a group of people. I have also warned and dealt with a group of people. I have already taken a preliminary control of the situation. Now, the work of the Longtu group is being carried out in an orderly manner." Jiang Shangxin reported some of the affairs of the group to Fang Yan. "However, I am worried about the counterattack of the others. You also know that the Jiang family and the Lan family have just made a large-scale investment in the Longtu group. They still hold a large share of the shares. Although the ratio of the shares held by both of us is the dominant one, if they want to do something, it will still be very disadvantageous to the Longtu group." Fang Yan looked at Jiang Shangxin's thin side profile. He had pushed this woman to a prominent and dangerous position. She had managed to control such a complicated situation in a short period of time. He had to admit that she was extremely strong in terms of temperament and ability. Given time, she would probably become another all-powerful business leader. "You don't have to worry about the Lan family," Fang Yan said. Jiang Shangxin's eyes were filled with joy. She said, have you settled the discussion with the Lan family? Fang Yan shook his head and said, I have not discussed it with the Lan family. Jiang Shangxin was a little disappointed. However, she did not hide her emotions in front of Fang Yan. She said, since the discussion has not been settled, why do you say that I don't have to worry? Because I have discussed it with the old master of the Lan family, Fang Yan said with a smile. When? Jiang Shangxin smiled again. 3 years ago, when you confronted Jiang Junling, the Lan family chose you. However, the Lan family chose Jiang Junling. Left with no choice, the Lan family could only leave the Lan family and become the laughingstock of the entire Huacheng and the circle of young masters. Many people said that he was stupid. For a guy who had just emerged, he did not hesitate to give up his biggest backing. Without the support of the Lan family, would the Lan family still be the Lan family? What right did he have to become one of the 4 talents of Huacheng? It had only been slightly more than 3 years. Everyone already knew about the accuracy of the Lan family's foresight. Those who had mocked the Lan family are probably thinking of ways to get close to him now, right? The fact that the old master of the Lan family could choose to stand on our side is a huge boost to our abilities. The Jiang family can't hold the fort alone. The Longtu group is no longer at risk. I have not met the old master of the Lan family before. Fang Yan said, however, since we can address him as the old master, it proves that he is a wise old man. If I were him, the best way to get out of this situation now would be to transfer all the shares of the Longtu group that the Lan family holds to the Lan family. In this way, not only will they not lose their face, but they will also be able to preserve their reputation. Most importantly, he has given me a difficult problem that I have to solve. Jiang Shangxin's eyes flickered. She said, he is a schemer. In this case, are you going to accept the shares of the Lan family? Chapter 621. If you were me, what would you do? Fang Yan asked. If you accept it, it will definitely make Lanshan Valley feel disgusted. After all, he was the one who stood on your side from the beginning. If you don't accept it, these shares will fall into the hands of Lanshan Valley, which is no different from still being in the hands of the Lan family. If the Lan family makes use of this to create trouble, it won't be a good thing for Longtu, you, and me. It's a dilemma. Jiang Shangxin analyzed and said. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, actually, it's not that difficult. You already have an answer in your heart? I believe in him, Fang Yan said. Lanshan Valley is Lanshan Valley. Even if he returns to the Lan family in the future, he will still be Lanshan Valley and my friend. Jiang Shangxin's eyes lit up and she said, you're not worried at all? I prefer to turn my worry into confidence in them. Fang Yan smiled and said, this world is full of darkness, but we still have to choose some people to believe in. What about me? Jiang Shangxin asked. Am I someone you trust? Of course, Fang Yan said. Otherwise, why would I still let you stay in Chaoyan's Underground Research Institute until now? You should know what that place means to me and Chaoyan. It's far more important than me pushing you to the front desk of Longtu Group. I understand. Jiang Shangxin nodded solemnly. Fang Yan, although you never mention it, and Lu Chaoga is also unwilling to mention it, no one knows better than me that my life was saved by you. You can't imagine how depressed and desperate I was when I went through all that, when Jiang Zhulu bit my finger. Thank you. Fang Yan waved his hand in embarrassment and said, actually, I wanted to make use of you when I saved you, of course. In a world like this where everyone is so busy, who would suddenly treat someone so well if they had no desires? Jiang Shangxin said with a smile. Moreover, you won by being honest. I'm really not a good person, Fang Yan said. But I'm not a bad person, you are my benefactor, Jiang Shangxin said. That's enough. Women's understanding of good and bad is very vague. What they care more about is, to her, what kind of person you are. Fang Yan nodded and said, "Is there any news about your mother?" "I'm still waiting," Jiang Shangxin said. "Without the protection and help of the general family, I'm just a weak and pitiful woman. What can I do? I've talked to Du Qinggo. He's already sent people out to search. If there's any news, he'll contact me immediately. Don't worry, it'll be fine." Jiang Shangxin looked at Fang Yan with a face full of gratitude and said, "Fang Yan, thank you. She is my only family." "Don't worry, we'll save her," Fang Yan said with a serious expression. Jiang Shangxin looked at Fang Yan's clear and sincere eyes at this moment and said, "I've always wanted to repay you, but I don't know how to do it." "Maybe you don't need anything now. But when you need something, you must think of me first." Fang Yan smiled, turned around and shouted, "Fang Yingying, come out." Fang Yingying walked out from behind the dense bushes and said awkwardly, "Junior Marshal Uncle, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. You heard it by accident, right?" Yes, that's right," Fang Yingying nodded his head vigorously. Fang Yan couldn't be bothered to argue with this rascal and said, "Send Miss Jiang to Chaoyan Research Institute, no problem." Fang Yingying nodded his head and agreed. This was the brightest moment, but it was also the most dangerous moment. Fang Yan heard that Jiang Zhuliu's mother had gone to look for Jiang Shangxin and even said some threatening words. He didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Shangxin, as it would ruin his overall plan. No one was more suitable than Jiang Shangxin to help him control the Longtu group. Even Lu Chaoge wasn't as legitimate as her. "Fang Yan, the fish soup you make is very delicious," Jiang Shangxin said. "I'll come and try your cooking when I have time. Just once or twice a year." Fang Yan said, "I don't usually cook." "Sister Lu said that you cook often." Seeing that Fang Yingying had driven Jiang Shangxin away, Fang Yan returned to the living room and saw that Lu Chaoge was washing the dishes in the kitchen. Fang Yan rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let me do it. A woman's hands are delicate, it won't look good if they get hurt by the detergent." Lu Chaoge rejected him and said, "I'm wearing gloves, it's fine." "You agreed to make a cell phone with her?" Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoge and asked. "Since she wants to join us," Lu Chaoge turned to look at Fang Yan and said, "Why should we reject her? She is a capable woman, she can help you. Most importantly, I can tell that she really wants to help you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered to make a cell phone with me." "You trust her?" "I trust you more," Lu Chaoge said. "I believe that she won't betray you after you did so much for her. Which woman can bear such kindness?" Fang Yan sighed softly and said, "Li Yun's whereabouts are unknown, she is ultimately a threat to us. If they're using her as a card, then let's just wait for them to show their hand," Lu Chaoge said. "Compared to a dead person, it's more meaningful to keep her alive." "That's right," Fang Yan agreed. "There are too many temptations in this world, let's see who can last until the end." Mo Qingdi found that he was surrounded. He was surrounded together with the transparent puppy. Standing in front of them was a group of ferocious white animals. They were the rulers of this land of extreme cold, the snow wolves. Snow wolves are pack animals, they eat and sleep together, they come and go like the wind. Not to mention, no matter if their prey was one or a group, they would always fight together, a bit like humans' shameless style of fighting against a group of them or a group of them. Because of their numbers, as well as their ferocious nature, no one on this land of glaciers, no, not even animals, are willing to fight against them. Mo Qingdi met them once in the White Sea, when they were tearing apart an ice bear. Their strong bodies, running speed, and ferociousness in battle left a deep impression on Mo Qingdi. Mo Qingdi used the hermit breath technique to seal his breath and buried his entire body in the deep snow to avoid a direct confrontation with them. Mo Qingdi didn't like eating wolf meat, and he didn't like being eaten by wolves even more. However, he didn't expect that after hiding in this cave, he would still be found by this group of glacier gangsters. Their target is, the transparent puppy? I can't let them eat the ice dragon, Mo Qingdi thought. Even he couldn't bear to eat it, how could he let a group of wolves eat it? With that thought in mind, Mo Qingdi took 2 steps forward. He used his huge body to block in front of the transparent puppy, and looked straight into the Wolf Lord's crimson eyes. Mo Qingdi's fists were clenched tightly as he pondered over the method and direction of his attack. In the middle of the pack of wolves stood an extremely tall and big snow wolf. Its white fur was longer and its eyes were redder, as if its pupils were filled with blood. Mo Qingdi thought, I'll start with it in a moment. He understood the habits of these animals, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he killed the Wolf Lord first, they would probably scatter in disarray. Mo Qingdi missed his spear a little. If only he could drag it along when he ran for his life during the earthquake. With a spear in hand, the world is mine. Now that he didn't have a spear, his prestige as a man was also weakened. Just as Mo Qingdi was thinking about this, the Wolf Lord's eyes were also fixed on Mo Qingdi. After glancing at Mo Qingdi, it actually moved its eyes away. Mo Qingdi was no match for it. The transparent puppy was very dissatisfied with Mo Qingdi's reaction. Its little feet stepped on the solid ice, and it trotted in front of Mo Qingdi. Mo Qingdi was afraid that the transparent puppy would have some mishap. If it was eaten by these wolves, then he wouldn't have to hesitate about whether or not to eat the transparent puppy. At that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to hesitate. Mo Qingdi had to protect the transparent puppy from harm. So, Mo Qingdi once again stood in front of the transparent puppy. This time, the transparent puppy was angry. It bared its teeth, and used its head to gently nudge Mo Qingdi's buttocks. After that, it once again rushed in front of Mo Qingdi. Because this man and dog were constantly trying to stand up for each other, they were getting closer and closer to the position of the wolf pack. Just as Mo Qingdi was wondering if standing in front of the transparent puppy again would arouse its strong resentment and prevent it from giving him food again, the transparent puppy moved. It actually took the initiative to attack the Wolf Lord in the middle of the pack. Its body leaped up, and as if there was wind under its feet, it floated in front of the Wolf Lord. The Wolf Lord's eyes became even redder. Its body crouched down, and then like a cannonball, it rushed toward the transparent puppy. The Wolf Lord's body was strong, and its size was much larger than the transparent puppy. In Mo Qingdi's eyes, the transparent puppy had no chance of winning. It opened its bloody mouth towards the transparent puppy's neck, and its sharp teeth emitted a frightening cold light. "Be careful," Mo Qingdi shouted. He didn't know what to call its name, but at this moment, the life and death of the transparent puppy made him extremely worried. It was just like how it was Fang Yan, the closest family member to him. In this glacial land, it was indeed his only family. The transparent puppy's neck was bitten by the snow wolf. No, that was just his imagination. Just as the snow wolf's slender teeth were about to pierce through the transparent puppy's neck, the transparent puppy's body unexpectedly drifted again, and in a flash, it jumped on top of the snow wolf's head. A dog stepping on the head of a wolf, such a scene, was really quite creepy. It was the great Wolf Lord, and it was actually being stepped on by a dog. The Wolf Lord was really angry. Whoa! It looked up to the sky and howled, as if it was going to tear its skin and drink its blood. Woo! The majestic howl with hidden anger turned into a painful whine, because the ice dragon had bitten off half of its head. Chapter 622. The whole body of the puppy was translucent, and its snow-white skin looked like it would crack at the slightest touch. Its eyes were so innocent, and its body was so thin and weak. It looked a little proud, and a little proud. It looked so pitiful that people couldn't help but want to protect it. It was obviously the little submissive dragon of the ice dragon world. If it was a dog, then it would be a little submissive dog. The roar at the front turned into a sad whine at the back. The huge body of the Wolf King, which was majestic and arrogant a moment ago, fell to the ground. The change in style was too fast for people to accept. Half of the Wolf King's head was in the sharp mouth of the little transparent dog. When the Wolf King fell to the ground, the dog had already floated in front of Mo Qingdi like a gust of wind. The little transparent dog spat out the Wolf King's head in disgust, and used its tongue to roll up a ball of ice and snow on the ground and put it in its mouth. After it spun a few rounds, it actually spat it out with a pu sound. It actually knew how to rinse its mouth. Mo Qingdi blushed. He couldn't brush his teeth after coming to this land of glaciers. Every day, he just grabbed a handful of ice and chewed it in his mouth. He felt that he was not as clean as the little transparent dog. Ice Dragon turned his head to look at Mo Qingdi with a smug look on his face. It spat at Mo Qingdi, as if to say, "Look how powerful I am." Mo Qingdi's mouth twitched, but no words came out. Defeating the Snow Wolf King in one round, it certainly had the right to show off. The tragic death of the Wolf King immediately made the wolves restless. They retreated in unison, staring fiercely and vigilantly at the little transparent dog in front of them. Soon, another huge snow wolf walked to the center of the pack, letting out a long howl. Hearing its howl, the pack of snow wolves also howled. They had chosen a new Wolf King. The new Wolf King pounced and chewed off half of the head of the previous Wolf King that the little transparent dog had spat out. With a mouth full of blood, it howled again. Its hind legs were bent, and its body was bent back, as if it could pounce on the prey in front of it at any time. At the same time, the other wolves also bent their hind legs to attack. They were ready to unleash their shameless nature and carry out the wolf pack tactics that they had always won. The transparent dog bit the Wolf King to death in a single round, displaying its extraordinary combat ability. However, there were close to 100 snow wolves in the surroundings, and the little transparent dog seemed to be alone. Mo Qingdi clenched his fists and prepared to fight alongside the transparent puppy. The transparent puppy was not afraid at all. Not only did it not retreat, but it also took the initiative to take 2 steps towards the wolves. It opened its mouth and sneezed violently. Hoochie! A gust of wind blew past, but there was no so-called dragon breath. Mo Qingdi was a little disappointed. Was this really an ice dragon? The transparent puppy was obviously a little embarrassed as well. It turned around and glanced at Mo Qingdi again. It opened its mouth, and suddenly, a thunderous sound came from its throat. Whoa! The wind howled and snow flew everywhere. His voice was like a great bell, resounding through the entire glacier land. Hearing this extremely shocking voice, the Wolf King's eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't help but take a step back. As the Wolf King retreated, the pack of wolves followed suit. Whoosh! The transparent puppy was impatient, and it took the initiative to pounce on the Wolf King. Its body stretched out like a dragon, and its movements were as fast as lightning. The transparent puppy seemed to have the ability to ride the wind, and its body kept floating in the air. However, every time it fell, it would tear a snow wolf into pieces. The transparent puppy, no, the ice dragon had activated its killing mode. The fresh blood made the snow wolves' eyes even redder, and the transparent puppy's fierceness enraged the wolves. They surrounded the little transparent dog, pouncing forward and launching death charges again and again. Mo Qingdi stood there very leisurely, and very dispirited. There was no one else in his eyes, only the ice dragon. The wolves regarded the transparent puppy as their only opponent. As for Mo Qingdi, he was only a companion after the victory. Buying 2 pounds of lean meat, they would also give you a piece of pig's offal. In the eyes of the wolves, after killing the transparent puppy, would they still be afraid that Mo Qingdi would run away? I am the Azure Dragon, the overlord of mankind. Mo Qingdi thought in his heart, feeling wronged. The battle was over very quickly. When the transparent puppy killed the new wolf king, and tore apart the thick fur and hard flesh of dozens of snow wolves, the pack of snow wolves finally collapsed. The first snow wolf ran away, and then more and more wolves left the battle. When the last wounded snow wolf fell to the ground with half of its face bitten off by the transparent puppy, there were no more snow wolves left standing on the ground. The blood of the wolves dyed the glacial ground red, and the corpses of the wolves were scattered everywhere. The transparent puppy stood in the middle of the battlefield, with the posture of a god of slaughter. Mo Qingdi sighed softly. This was the demeanor of a divine dragon. The transparent puppy turned its head, and walked step by step to stand in front of Mo Qingdi. Mo Qingdi stared into its eyes, and suddenly felt that the transparent puppy was no longer the transparent puppy he knew when he first met it. It had grown up, and become a real dragon. Ice Dragon. The transparent puppy stood in front of Mo Qingdi, and looked at him with resentment, and then stretched out its head to rub against Mo Qingdi's thigh. Are you a dragon? Mo Qingdi shouted in his heart. You are the legendary Ice Dragon, a noble creature written in the records of strange creatures. Where is your pride? Where is your dignity? Mo Qingdi was confused in the wind. Blue Sky Club. In a private room that was isolated from the outside world, Fang Yen was performing the tea ceremony with smooth movements. With the rise of his status, the current Fang Yen almost didn't need to make tea himself. No matter which club he went to, there would be a professional tea master standing by his side to serve him. Today, Fang Yen was in a good mood, so he took the job from the tea master, and brewed a pot of good tea himself to share with his friends. Fang Yen brought the transparent glass teacups to Lan Shanggu and Lu Shu, and even gave the tea master next to him a cup. The elegant and beautiful tea master wearing a cheongsam looked at Fang Yen with excitement and asked, Sir, did you just use the eye-pointing technique? Fang Yen smiled and said, Outside, it is called the eye-pointing technique. We call it the Phoenix 3 nods. When you point the water, doesn't it look like the phoenix nodding? Of course, it also looks like a chicken pecking rice, so some people call it the chicken eating rice. 3 points of water, and each one is very particular. The angle, the temperature, and the bearing are all indispensable. I heard that this eye-pointing technique is very difficult to master. I didn't expect to see it today. The tea master held the cup and greedily sniffed the tea, then said, Let me offer you a cup. Then, she drank the tea in one gulp. Fang Yen smiled and took a sip of the tea, then said, No rush, be careful, it's hot. Lan Shanggu laughed and said, They say that this is a society that values appearance, but I don't think so. If you are talented, you can still win the affection of beautiful women, right? Hope, don't you think that young Master Fang is very powerful? He's not married yet. Do you want me to help you two get together? The tea master blushed and said coquettishly, Young master, don't laugh at me. Hope's beauty is ordinary. How can she be a good match for Mr. Fang? He likes tea, you also like tea, you are people of the same mind. How can you say that you are not a good match? Lan Shanggu said teasingly, I can see that Hope really likes our young Master Fang. Listen, she only said that her beauty is ordinary, and she is afraid that she is not a good match for Mr. Fang. If she is a good match, she is very willing to be a good match. Zhao Shiji took the initiative to pour tea for the people in front of her, then said, You guys talk, I'll go out first. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. Women are the best mediators. After joking around with Zhao Shiji for a while, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became relaxed and cheerful. Lan Shanggu held the teacup and carefully sipped it, then said, Young master, I don't know much about tea, but I have drunk countless tea, but I have never drunk this kind of tea. The leaves look ordinary, but the taste of this tea is the best I have ever tasted. It is the best tea I have ever tasted. Fang Yen smiled and said, This is ambergris. It is not famous in the outside world, but it is a first-class tea. How can such a good tea not be famous? Lan Shanggu asked strangely. I will find someone to collect some, and in the future, I will specially provide it to the customers of the Blue Mountain Club. Fang Yen shook his head and said, no need. Why? There are only 3 mature dragon trees in the world, one is inside the red wall, the other 2 are in the Taoist temple. Don't even think about the one inside the red wall, there are countless eyes watching it. Not enough. As for the 2 in the Taoist temple, don't even think about it. If anyone dares to touch their dragon tree, those old Taoist priests will fight them to the death. Maybe before you even touch the dragon tree, you will be thrown into the deep valley. It really is the best in the world. Lan Shanggu sighed and said, unfortunately, I don't have the luck to see it. I have never seen a dragon tree before, I only stole a little bit of ambergris tea from the Taoist priests. I thought you might not have seen it, so I brought it out for you to try. Isn't this harming people? Lan Shanggu smiled bitterly and said, after drinking this ambergris tea, how can other tea be tasted? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have drunk it and just drank my big leaf tea. There is no difference if there is no comparison after all. Fang Yen smiled and said, if you really like it, I will think of a way to get more for you. No, no, Lan Shanggu hurriedly waved his hand. This thing is addictive. The more I drink, the more I get addicted. If I get addicted, and young Master Fang suddenly stops giving it to me, then wouldn't my life be worse than death? That's why I don't want something that I can't handle. Young Master Fang, don't you think this makes sense? Chapter 623. Lan Shanggu wasn't talking about the tea, he was talking about the person. Or rather, he was talking about the shares of Longtu Group that old Master Lan gave him. Just like the dragon birth tea, it was a good thing, but not everyone had the fortune to enjoy it. Old Master Lan knew that Fang Yen was very powerful in Huacheng now. If Fang Yen was determined to kick them out, it would be almost impossible for the Lan family to keep their shares of Longtu Group. So, old Master Lan did him a favor and directly transferred the shares to Lan Shanggu. Didn't you call Fang Yen your brother? Then let's see if you can keep this share. After Lan Shanggu received this share, it was like he had received a hot potato. He couldn't throw it on the ground because it would break into pieces. But, he couldn't just open his mouth and swallow it. That would burn his mouth and even hurt his lungs. The most important thing in this matter was Fang Yan's attitude. But he couldn't directly ask Fang Yan's attitude. If that was the case, wouldn't he be treating Fang Yen as a narrow-minded person? Using tea to judge people, using tea to explain things. It was a good move that was logical and logical. Hearing Lan Shanggu's words, Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh and said, Lan Shanggu, keep your wretched thoughts to yourself. Didn't you just want to ask young master if you can swallow the big piece of meat that Lan family gave you? If you have something to say, just say it. Is there a need to be so secretive? Lan Shanggu laughed and said to the willow tree, Brother Lu Shu is indeed a straightforward person, saying whatever comes to your mind. I was indeed asking to be humiliated by playing these little tricks in front of the young master. No wonder even Brother Lu Shu couldn't stand it anymore. Since Lu Shu and Lan Shanggu had spoken openly, then Fang Yen had to give a direct answer. Fang Yen looked at Lan Shanggu and asked with a smile, What are you worried about? The smile on Lan Shanggu's face froze. I'm sorry, young master, I made things complicated. I understand your character, but this is still my fault. There's nothing wrong with it, Fang Yen said with a smile. The portion that you obtained originally belonged to the Lan clan. Whether the Lan clan gives it to you or to others, that's their freedom. We are merchants, not enemies. Since they've given it to you, we're Longtu Group's business partners. It's the same as our cooperation on Chaoyan technology. What's there to be sorry about? Young master, I am worried that you will misunderstand my relationship with the Lan clan, Lan Shanggu said honestly. After all, this was a bomb. It was better to take the initiative to explain it to Fang Yan. How can blood ties be severed so easily? Do you think that you and the Lan clan are no longer related to each other in my eyes now that you and the Lan clan have separated? Fang Yan narrowed his eyes as he sized up Lan Gulu. On the contrary, you will make me wary and vigilant. If you treat your own parents and family like this, how good can you be to others? Young master, the Lan clan is your home in Lan Gulu. It's natural for you to have connections and cooperate with them. I won't be so heartless to the point where you have to make a choice between me and your family. Do those women who do such things have a good ending? You don't have to do something like not going home for 3 years anymore. That doesn't prove your loyalty, it only proves that you're cold-blooded and heartless. I know what you're worried about. Your worries are unnecessary. Since the Lan clan's old man has transferred that portion of the shares to your name, then you should accept it properly. I'm happy to see you accept it, and I also want to congratulate you. Young master, I was wrong, Lan Shanggu apologized sincerely. I've underestimated you. You're more forgiving than I thought. It's not my money, why should I be forgiving? Fang Yan said with a smile. Lu Shu's eyes sparkled. He looked at Lan Shanggu and said, Congratulations, you've inexplicably gained such a large sum of money. Lan Shanggu glanced at Fang Yan and said to Lu Shu, Brother Lu, are you interested in playing with young master in the energy industry? Lu Shu instantly understood what Lan Shanggu meant. He smiled and said, Of course I'm interested. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance to enter. Lan Shanggu smiled and said, I got those shares for free anyway. Why don't we split them in half? Lan Shanggu received Fang Yan's forgiveness and immediately helped him win people's hearts. Now, Fang Yan owned more than half of Longtu Group's shares and controlled the management of Longtu Group. Lan Shanggu received the Lan clan's gift and became Fang Yan's partner again. Only Lu Shu was an outsider. Longtu Group had nothing to do with Lu Shu. Lan Shanggu gave half of his shares to Lu Shu to thank Fang Yan and also to help Fang Yan rope in Lu Shu and the Lu clan behind Lu Shu. If Lu Shu accepted Lan Shanggu's proposal, then the three parties would once again be tied together by benefits. Did he have a reason to reject? I'm more than happy to accept something that doesn't require money, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. I'll still accept the money, but I'll pay you according to the price when the Lan clan bought the shares. How about it? You've gotten a great deal, right? For the willow tree, it was indeed a great bargain. First, the Lu clan finally had the opportunity to enter the energy industry. Everyone knew the future development trend of the energy industry and the market potential of the energy industry in the future. The earlier they entered, the earlier they would have the right to speak in the future world. If it wasn't for the energy industry, the Lu clan wouldn't have made such a risky move with Lu Chaoga's aunt. How would Lu Shu fall into Fang Yan's hands and be injured to this extent? Second, he and Lan Shanggu could be more closely tied to Fang Yan's warship. Advancing and retreating together, sharing benefits. The two largest energy industries in Huacheng were Chaoyan Technology and Longtu Group. The big brother and the second brother were natural enemies. Previously, the two companies were indeed at loggerheads. But now, both Chaoyan Technology and Longtu Group had almost fallen into Fang Yan's hands, that was to say, Fang Yan had almost monopolized the energy industry in Huacheng. In this case, anyone who wanted to enter the game in the future would have to greet Fang Yan or get his approval and blessings. If these two companies could work together, then the influence they could bring would be national or even world-class. No energy company or organization could ignore their existence. At that time, Fang Yan would become the world's most famous energy king. Who wouldn't want to have a relationship with such a person? Lu Shu raised the teacup in front of him and solemnly toasted Lan Shanggu. Lan Shanggu laughed and said, It's rare to see brother Lu Shu not being hostile toward me. At this moment, Fang Yan suddenly made a shushing gesture. Lan Shanggu and Lu Shu thought that Fang Yan had discovered something, so they hurriedly listened. There was the noise of laughter outside, the sound of wine glasses clinking, and the tinkling of a zither. The sound of the zither was clear and sharp, but intermittent. It floated beyond the ninth heaven, faintly discernible and faintly discernible. It hit your heart hard, making you feel pain. Just when you were waiting for its second attack and prepared to be attacked again, it suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. It made people feel empty in their hearts. This was an unfinished song, youth. This was a story without an ending. This was a brushing shoulder in the crowd, this was a look of deep love when you were sheltering from the rain under the eaves. It was unknown, and it was fruitless. It was regret, and it was a lament. In an instant, Fang Yan's thoughts changed. He didn't know where his spirit and soul had flown to. Fang Yan was shocked when he came to his senses. He was a martial artist, a person with a firm mind. He had the protection of the heart of Tai Chi, so the decadent music outside had no effect on him. But why did this music remind him of so many things? Why did it make him lose his mind? At that moment, if someone attacked him, he might not be able to keep his life. Fang Yan looked at Lan Shanggu and Lu Shu and found that they also had dull expressions. They were obviously immersed in their own memories of the past. Their willpower wasn't as strong as him, so it was even more difficult for them to get out of this music. This was a magical music that could confuse people's minds. When the music entered the ears, the entire world around them disappeared. When the music ended, they returned to this noisy and chaotic world. Lan Shanggu's face was full of fascination. He said, "Who played this song? It's really rare to hear it in this world. I'm not afraid to say it out loud, but just now, I suddenly remembered my first love in middle school. Although I have long forgotten her name. I thought I had long forgotten about this person. It turns out that some things have always been hidden in the bottom of my heart." Lu Shu also remembered many old memories, but his personality was gloomy now and he didn't like to talk much. "I don't know who played this song," Lu Shu said. "Such a wonderful person, no matter what, we should make friends with her." Lan Shanggu nodded and said, "I really don't know when the Blue Mountain Club recruited such a brilliant musician. Wait a moment, I'll find someone to ask." "No need," Fang Yan said. Lan Shanggu and Lu Shu looked at Fang Yan curiously. Lan Shanggu asked, "Master, you're not interested in her?" "I already know who it is." Fang Yan said, "Only her music can make people's souls leave their bodies and become intoxicated. I can hear the celestial music, but I can't see the celestial being." Chapter 624. Young Master Fang already knows who the immortal is before meeting her. Lan Shanggu said with a smile, "Since she's an old friend, then all the more reason to invite her over. Are you afraid that Lu Shu and I will steal your limelight? You don't have to worry about this. Lu Shu and I are indeed a bit more handsome than you, but as long as it's a woman that young Master Fang values, even if we admire her, we definitely won't pursue her. Of course, if that immortal accidentally takes a fancy to us and takes the initiative to launch a fierce attack on us, at that time, young Master Fang mustn't break us up because of jealousy." Fang Yan knew that Lan Shanggu was joking with him, using such a casual way to get closer to him. This was a man with a high EQ, with him joking around, it made people feel much more relaxed. If he were to sit there with the willow tree with a gloomy face, speak sarcastically, and look at people with a hidden ominous glint, perhaps Fang Yan wouldn't even be able to hold on for a minute. He would have long made up an excuse like his puppy was about to give birth to a second child and run away. Fang Yan shook his head, looked at Lan Shanggu and said, "We're not old friends. I know who she is, but she doesn't know who I am. Plus, we've never met before. You can say that we're complete strangers." Lan Shanggu looked confused and asked, I'm getting more and more curious. What kind of person could make young Master Fang fall in love with her so much? I know that the women around young Master Fang are all beauties. Ordinary people can't enter your eyes. Someone who plays classical music? If there really is such a person, then it can only be that legendary figure. There's only one person in the whole of Wuxia. I'm afraid I won't have the luck to meet her in this lifetime. That person. Fang Yan said with a smile. Lan Shanggu's eyes widened and said, one of the 7 addicts of Wuxia, Lu Qi? That's right. Fang Yan nodded with a smile. When I was in Beijing, I was fortunate enough to hear one of her performances. I only heard the music but didn't see her. However, it was enough to be unforgettable. He subverted my understanding of music and magnified all kinds of positive and negative emotions hidden in the bottom of my heart. It made it difficult for people to extricate themselves from the past. Some were sad, some sighed, and even more wept. My voice lingers for 3 years. When I first heard the sound of the zither, I didn't have such a strong feeling. But towards the end, I once again fell into an uncontrollable mood. I think that a musician of this level is not something that can be found easily. Only she had such an ability. Who else could it be if not her? Yes. I've also heard of an interesting story about music fanatic. Lan Shanggu said seriously, it said that when someone listened to music fanatic's live performance, they were so excited that they ran around naked. This kind of baseless thing. Fang Yan's cheeks were slightly red, and she had the urge to strangle those people who were gossiping around. It's usually a marketing event for the company behind the scenes. Entertainment companies often use this kind of method to promote their artists. I didn't expect that a fairy-like music fanatic would also use it. It seems a bit vulgar, and doesn't match the identity of music fanatic Wuxia's 7 fanatics. Who doesn't know how to market? Lan Shanggu said with a smile. Fang Yan carefully examined Lan Shanggu's expression, wanting to see if he knew what happened at the Maple Leaf Club that night. To his disappointment, he got an affirmative answer from Lan Shanggu's face. He knew everything that had happened that night. He even knew that the streaker was sitting in this private room. He was deliberately teasing him with this matter. That was the resonance between the heart of Tai Chi and the music, causing the internal energy in the body to run wildly, and the clothes on the body burst. Fang Yan tried hard to explain. You don't understand. Yes. I don't understand. Lan Shanggu said, many people present didn't understand either. That's why when I heard about that incident, people said that someone was so excited after hearing the music fanatic's performance that he took off his clothes and ran naked. I couldn't correct them. After all, I wasn't there to witness that exciting scene. Fang Yan wanted to take back Lan Shanggu's shares from Longtu Group. What was the point of letting him earn so much money? He was going to strangle him to death soon anyway. I didn't expect the mysterious music fanatic to appear in Huacheng, and to come to my Blue Mountain Club. Lan Shanggu seemed to have guessed what Fang Yan was thinking, and quickly changed the topic. Since young Master Fang hasn't seen the music fanatic, as the owner of the club, why don't I go and greet her and invite her to our private room? No need. Fang Yan rejected. I heard that the music fanatic likes silence and doesn't usually talk to strangers. She doesn't even meet the guests when she's performing. Why should we force her? Lan Shanggu gave a thumbs up to Fang Yan and said, young Master Fang Yan is also a refined scholar. No wonder your heart of Tai Chi could resonate with the music fanatic's music. I'm afraid that you won't be able to invite her even if you go. That would be embarrassing, Fang Yan said. While Fang Yan and Lan Shanggu were joking, Lu Shu sat at the side and drank his tea in silence. He seemed to be listening attentively to what the two were saying, but he also seemed to be uninterested in anything. Lu Shu, one of the 4 prodigies of Huacheng, was once active in the circle of Huacheng's playboys. Ever since he was disfigured in that accident, his personality had changed drastically. He was now like an eccentric monster. That's right, someone had already given him a new nickname, Wolf Head. After 3 steeps of the ambergris, just as Fang Yen was about to get up and leave, there was a commotion outside the private room. Who was the one playing the piano just now? Come out and let me see. Come out, we'll be greatly rewarded. I hope it's a beauty. If it's an old lady, it'll ruin our mood. Fang Yan's expression was slightly angry, but he didn't say anything in the end. Although he had never met Wuxia before, because of these 2 songs and the telepathic resonance between them, he had already regarded Wuxia as a close friend in his heart. He didn't want Wuxia to encounter any injustice. The people outside were obviously here for Wuxia. They could also hear the beauty of the piano sound, so now they wanted to see who the person playing the piano was. Lan Shanggu had been paying attention to Fang Yan's words and actions. Seeing Fang Yan's unhappy expression, he smiled and said, "In the few years that eldest young master wasn't here, some kids appeared in Huacheng. These young people rely on the fact that their families are rich to be arrogant and domineering. They often do things that are out of line. They probably think that Mr. Wuxia's piano sound is beautiful, so they couldn't help but come and say hello to her." Fang Yan nodded and said, "I hope they won't make things difficult for Wuxia. People who are dedicated to their work are worthy of admiration, especially those who are devoted to music." "Don't worry," Lan Shanggu said with a smile. "This is my turf, I'm sure they will give me some face." As soon as Lan Shanggu finished speaking, the noise outside became louder and louder. "Are the people inside all dead? Open the door, we're going in." B*TCH, are you going to open the door or not? If you don't open the door, I'm going to smash the door. Do you know what this place is? This is the Lan family's turf. I'm telling you, if you don't open the door, you'll never be able to leave the Blue Mountain Club. The voices outside traveled into the private room. Fang Yan looked at Lan Shanggu with a smile. Lan Shanggu's face was so gloomy that water was about to come out. He had just bragged to Fang Yan that the young people outside would more or less give him some face, and now they were yelling that they would smash the door and make it impossible for them to leave the Blue Mountain Club. He felt his old face burning with pain. He had been slapped dozens of times by the kids outside. "I'll go out and take a look," Lan Shanggu said in a low voice. Fang Yan nodded and said, "I'm going home to sleep as well. Let's go out and see what's going on." Since Fang Yan said to go, Lu Shu naturally followed. They walked out of the private room, passed through an alley, and saw a group of young people in luxurious clothes standing in a small courtyard. There were both men and women, and they all looked very young. Because they had too much to drink, their standing posture was crooked. There was even a young couple who leaned against a pillar and kissed as if there was no one else around. At the door of a room, there were a few young people holding wine bottles. They were cursing and swearing, saying some unbearable things. There were also 2 young people who were a little impatient and directly ran over to knock on the wooden door of the private room. If they couldn't open the door, they kicked it with their feet. The sound of banging was endless. The wooden door creaked. If it wasn't for the fact that the wooden door was sturdy, it would have been broken by these people. "A bunch of scum," Fang Yan said coldly. Seeing that Fang Yan was angry, Lan Shanggu's heart sank. He strode towards the scene of the accident and shouted, "All of you stop." Lan Shanggu was tall and had a strong aura. His voice was like thunder, giving people a great deterrent. There was a moment of silence. However, when those young people saw that Lan Shanggu was just a big guy they weren't familiar with, they started laughing again. "Damn, who is that big guy? Where did this mad dog come from? How is this a mad dog? It's clearly a big black bear. Ha ha ha, I know him. He's the idiot who proposed to split from the Lan family. Lan Tingyue, your idiot big brother is here." Lan Tingyue stood at the door, staring fiercely at Lan Shanggu who was walking towards him. Chapter 625. The old hatred had yet to be resolved, and now there was a new one. Lan Tingyue hated Lan Mountain Valley. This hatred stemmed from the excellence of Lan Mountain Valley in the past and the jealousy in his bones. However, he didn't expect that 3 years ago, he would make a mistake and cause his own death. If he hadn't left the Lan clan, which young master in Flower City would dare to look down on him? Just because of a few words in front of the house, Lan Tingyue's newly bought Lamborghini was hit by a Hummer and turned into scrap metal. They didn't even need to drag it to a 4S shop to be repaired, because the repair money was enough to buy a new, better car. If there was a chance, Lan Tingyue wished he could put a gunny sack on Lan Gudu's head, beat him up, and throw him into the Pearl River. However, he knew that the possibility of this happening was too low, because the Lan Mountain Valley was too ferocious. If he really fought with Lan Shanggu, it was more likely that Lan Shanggu would put a gunny sack on his head and beat him up before throwing him into the Pearl River. Although Lan Tingyue didn't like Lan Gulu, he liked the Blue Mountain Club established by Lan Gulu. It gave him a sense of security. He could proudly tell others that this was the Lan family's territory. Of course, the staff of the Blue Mountain Club did treat him like a master. Today, when Lan Tingyue was drinking with his friends in the outfield, he suddenly heard a very strange sound of the zither. They didn't know what was going on. After hearing the sound of the zither, all the friends present felt uncomfortable. However, even when they were in a bad mood, they still hoped that the music would not stop. While they were hurt and looking forward to it, the sound of the zither slowly disappeared. Their hearts were filled with regret. How could these young people understand the beauty of regret? Lan Tingyue immediately summoned a club member who was familiar with him and asked him where the sound of the piano came from. The club member would not hide anything from the cousin of the big boss. Therefore, Lan Tingyue took this group of second-generation masters of Zihua City to find the person who played the zither. He called the door, but it didn't open. Just when he was about to show his hooligan style, Lan Shanggu appeared like a ghost again. Murphy's Law said that whatever you were afraid of would happen. Lan Tingyue felt that it was necessary for him to have a good talk with the guy named Murphy. Lan Shanggu walked in front of Lan Tingyue and stood still, staring into his eyes coldly. Lan Tingyue was a little guilty, but he was more angry. He felt that Lan Shanggu was humiliating him. He was using his aura to oppress him. Lan Shanggu did not speak, neither did Lan Tingyue. Lan Tingyue stubbornly looked at Lan Shanggu. He wanted to use practical actions to prove to Lan Shanggu and the surrounding companions, I, Lan Tingyue, am also a man of iron blood. Let's go back. Lan Shanggu said. Lan Tingyue straightened his neck and said, Why? Because I want you to go back, said Lan Shanggu. I'm not going back. Lan Tingyue sneered. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to control me? My dad doesn't even care about me. Who do you think you are? You have already left the Lan clan. You are nothing after leaving the Lan clan. What are you looking at? Do you have the ability to hit me? Pa! Lan Shanggu slapped him. This slap was extremely sudden, fast, and ruthless. Lan Tingyue couldn't react in time, and the right side of his face was hit. His feet kept retreating, and if it weren't for someone behind him, he would have fallen to the ground. Lan Tingyue covered his face and wanted to curse back, but Lan Shanggu had already rushed over and kicked him. Clang! Lan Shanggu's stomach was kicked. His body couldn't support it anymore, and he rolled to the ground with a companion who was behind him. Their bodies collided. Lan Tingyue's head hit the hard stone steps. His forehead broke a piece of flesh, and blood seeped out. The companion behind him was even worse off. Half of his waist was hit by the stone steps, and he felt like his body was going to break in half. Lan Tingyue only felt dizzy, and his eyes stared at Lan Shanggu timidly, afraid that he would go crazy and charge at him again. You dare to hurt people for no reason? A middle-aged man with amber tortoiseshell glasses on his nose stared at Lan Shanggu with unfriendly eyes. Tortoiseshell was highly toxic and couldn't be eaten, but it could be used as medicine. Its effect of clearing heat and detoxifying was comparable to that of rhinoceros horn. It was an expensive traditional Chinese medicine that had the miraculous effect of clearing heat, detoxifying poison, calming convulsions, and lowering blood pressure. Tortoiseshell glasses could relieve eye fatigue, and keep one's brain cool and clear at all times. Of course, these glasses were also extremely expensive and hard to find. The middle-aged man pointed at Lan Tingyue and said, "This is my brother. No one has ever dared to hurt my brother." Lan Shanggu squinted his eyes and sized up the middle-aged man, and said, "You don't look familiar, are you from outside?" Magic City's Chenjingua. Chenjingua? Lan Shanggu thought about it seriously. He actually knew such a person. He said, "Tiandu Real Estate's Chen family? Who is Chen Shuer to you?" "That's right. Chen Shuer is my father." "So you're the son of Magic City's real estate tycoon. No wonder you dare to come to our Huacheng to stand up for others." Lan Shanggu laughed and said, "I did hit him. What can you do to me?" "Lan Shanggu, I know you. You used to be one of Huacheng's 4 prodigies, and you swaggered around for a while. Later on, Huacheng's 4 prodigies became Huacheng's 4 unlucky. That Lu Shu was disfigured, and he wore a wolf mask all day like a beast. He was neither human nor ghost, and lived worse than a dog. And that Jiang Zhulu was an idiot. Not only was his reputation ruined by the police, but he was also accused of poisoning his own father, and you're Lan Shanggu, you've become the laughing stock of the entire circle. You didn't hold on to such a big tree like the Lan family, and actually made such a stupid decision to split from the family. What happened in the end? From then on, he disappeared from the upper-class circle of Huacheng. The spokesperson of the Lan family also became Lan Shonhua, except for the elusive Mei Yi. The once dazzling 4 prodigies of Huacheng were either disfigured, imprisoned, or in decline. Lan Shanggu, if I were you, I'd have killed myself long ago. How could you still have the face to appear in front of others? That's right, I've never seen such an idiot. Lan Shanggu, who's your new master? When are you going to let him come out for everyone to see? Lan Shanggu, I heard that you're crying to go back now. I'm afraid the Lan family won't want you anymore, right? So he's that big idiot. My brother often talks about him, he's such an idiot. It had to be said that Chen Jinghua, who came from Charm City, was very familiar with the history of Huacheng's 4 prodigies. After his analysis, the onlookers all expressed that the 4 prodigies of Huacheng didn't have a happy ending. Especially Fang Yan, who was standing not far away, his face was even redder, as if he was drunk. Whether it was the disfigured Lu Shu or the imprisoned Jiang Zhulu, they were all closely related to him. Moreover, Lu Shu was sitting right next to him. Now that his disfigurement was exposed, how were they going to be close friends in the future? No, it should be said that he was the culprit of the tragedy. Although in teacher Fang Huohua's heart, he only did what every good person would do, punish the bad people on behalf of the moon. Even Lan Shanggu, who hadn't appeared in public for 3 years, couldn't get away from him. Fang Yan's 3 years of mourning were the most difficult 3 years for Chaoyan technology. It was also the most painful 3 years for Lan Shanggu. Lan Shanggu and Jiang Zhulu were partners of Chaoyan technology, and Lu Shu was backed by the Lu family. No matter whether his choice was right or wrong, he had the power of the Lu family to rely on. No one could really do anything to him. Lan Shanggu was an unlucky guy. He had just separated from the Lan family because of Fang Yan, and then something happened to Fang Yixing. Fang Yan disappeared for 3 years. At that time, all kinds of hostile forces appeared, and even the mockery within the Lan family gradually rose. In a situation where the situation was not in his favor, Lan Shanggu could only hide his head and live, lest he became a target of others. 3 years could change a lot of people and things. Many people thought that Lan Shanggu's disappearance was because he stood on the wrong side, and that he was abandoned by the Lan family. But they didn't know how much benefit Lan Shanggu had gained from standing on the wrong side. It was also because of Lan Shanggu's 3 years of silence that the young people who had just emerged in Huaqing didn't really care about him. Even some of the young people who couldn't be compared to the 4 prodigies in the past began to order him around in front of him, very arrogant. Chen Jinghua came from Shanghai, and his background was extraordinary. He and Lan Tingyue got to know each other overseas, and after he came back, they visited each other more frequently. Lan Tingyue was embarrassed to say that he was hit by Lan Shanggu's car in order to save face, but he was beaten up by his cousin in front of so many friends. This was really embarrassing. Chen Jinghua wanted to stand up for his brother, so he naturally had to step on Lan Shanggu. After hearing Chen Jinghua's words, Lan Shanggu laughed out loud. He pointed at the willow tree on the wheelchair in the shadow and said, "That person is the one you said is neither human nor ghost, one of the 4 unlucky spirits of Flower City, Willow Tree." Lu Shu snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with Lan Shanggu's introduction. However, he stared at Chen Jinghua fiercely, like an animal that had been completely provoked. He could despise and even insult himself, but he wouldn't allow others to despise and insult him. Lan Shanggu pointed at Fang Yan who was standing beside Lu Shu and said, "That person, his name is Fang Yan. In the past, you didn't know his name, but it's okay, he was originally a very low-key person. But from tonight onwards, the entire Huaqing will know of his existence." Lan Shanggu's smile was sinister, and his voice was cold as he said, "Remember, his name is Fang Yan. I'm Lan Shanggu, that cripple is Lu Shu. Tonight, we'll do something exciting for everyone." Chapter 626. Something hot-blooded and exciting? What hot-blooded and exciting? When they heard Lan Shanggu say that he, Fang Yan, and Lu Shu were going to do something hot-blooded and exciting tonight, everyone had a bad feeling. Lan Shanggu's expression was so flamboyant, even a little arrogant. This was very different from his previous low-profile and forbearing personality. His tone was so calm and natural, with a sense of pride and confidence that he was in control of the whole situation. Until now, some people remembered that the Blue Mountain Club was under Lan Shanggu's name. He was the leader of this land, the king of everyone. If he wanted to make people unhappy, it wasn't a difficult thing to do. Lu Shu had been sitting there with an indifferent expression all this while. Even when others scolded him for being a disfigured monster wearing a wolf mask, or even a beast that was neither human nor ghost and lived worse than a dog, other than his pupils constricting slightly and the red blood vessels in the whites of his eyes becoming redder, he did not show any extreme reaction. He was like a bystander, a witness. Everything that happened today had nothing to do with him. But now, Lu Shu had the desire to speak. Lan Shanggu. His voice still carried a strong sense of mockery, as if he didn't like anyone or anything. He's not willing to be lonely. He wants to prove to Flower City that he's back, that he's the final victor. This person's personality has always been so radical. Fang Yan's sharp eyes looked at Lan Shanggu who was standing in the middle of the crowd, but the smile on his face was somewhat calm. He didn't seem to care about what Lan Shanggu was about to do, and he didn't care about the results. Originally, I thought that we could wait a little longer, at least until the Longtu group becomes a whole in our hands, until we put all the meat on our plates, until we eat the roasted duck into our stomachs. Fang Yan replied softly, but, since Lan Shanggu feels that today is the best time, and this is the best place, then let him stand up and make a declaration. Let him tell everyone in Flower City that we're back. It was also to let those enemies, detractors, belittling people, and neutral onlookers understand this matter. We are the final victors, and we will soon rule over Flower City. Lu Shu looked at the side of Fang Yan's face in astonishment. This was a gentle man, a refined man, a man who would not say such arrogant words as "I am the only one in the world," even when he was using violence. He had never heard Fang Yen say something like that, saying that they were the final victors and that they were going to dominate Flower City. Needless to say, this kind of feeling was really quite exciting. "Do you think it's strange?" Fang Yen asked with a smile. "There were a few accidents," the willow tree said. "This has always been your goal, it was an inn on your way. You have been working hard towards this goal, but you have never said that you didn't want to become the ruler of this city." Fang Yen grinned and said, "I've never thought about becoming the ruler of this Flower City. What I've obtained today isn't the goal I've been working so hard for. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me for saying this. When I returned to Swallow Dock 3 years ago, I even wanted to go back to Flower City after the new year and quit my job as a teacher at Rosefinch Secondary. I wanted to go back and be with a very barbaric but also very beautiful girl. In the morning, I accompanied her to practice martial arts on the Green Mountain 1-foot platform. In the evening, I accompanied her to watch the sunset by Stone River. At night, I took her for a walk in the alleys of the village. I fed the cats and dogs. Whenever I had the chance, I would secretly touch her little hand. She dedicated her life to martial arts, so I wanted to dedicate my life to her and martial arts. I wanted to see what the human limit was, and how far the heart of Taiji could go. I wanted to cure Grandpa's leg, I wanted to avenge the old drunkard." Fang Yen turned to look at the willow tree and said, "Look, which one of these things isn't important? Which one of them isn't more important than becoming the ruler of this Flower City? It's too important, 100 times more important than me standing here today." However, God wasn't satisfied. He felt that this game was too monotonous and boring, so he kept adding plot twists and turns. In the end, he turned me into such a... Fang Yen hesitated for a while, then finally used a more appropriate word to describe himself, a yuppie, if given a choice, who would be willing to compete with others in shamelessness and shamelessness. Fang Yen looked at the willow tree and asked, "Did you remember everything I said?" "I did," the willow tree nodded and said. "Very good." Fang Yen squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "If you have the chance to see Yi-Ro, you must tell her what I said. The power of words of love spoken in person and words of love from someone else's mouth are very different." The willow tree sighed softly and said, "I suddenly regret one thing." "What is it?" "If I heard what you said earlier, if I knew you were such a person," the willow tree reached out to touch the wolf mask on his face and said, "Why would I want to be your enemy? Why would I want to be your enemy? Bad person, yes, I was indeed a bad person at the time. But bad people also need friends. This is fate," Fang Yen said. "Then my life is really bitter," the willow tree sighed. Ever since he met Fang Yen, his life went from the lowest point to the highest point, but did he gain more or lose more? This kind of question would swallow his heart every sleepless night. Lan Shanggu clapped his hands, and a group of tall men dressed in black surged into this independent courtyard. They skillfully blocked the 4 arches of the courtyard. Without Lan Shanggu's permission, no one could go out. There was a commotion at the scene. Many people were worried that these men in black would attack them. Someone took out a phone from his pocket, preparing to call the outside world for help. A man in black ran in front of Lan Shanggu and asked in a low voice, "Young master, do you want to put away your phone?" Lan Shanggu sneered and said, "No need. Let them come." Even Lan Tingyue, whose head was bruised, crawled up from the ground, found his phone and began to call for help. In his eyes, the current Lan Shanggu had become a complete lunatic. Chen Guojing didn't call for help. If he did so, it would be showing weakness to Lan Shanggu. Someone like him, how could he show weakness like others? Chen Guojing laughed loudly, looked at Lan Shanggu and said, "Lan Shanggu, why did you seal this place? You don't want us to go out? If you really dare to make us stay, I'm willing to be an unwelcome guest here. This place has good food, good girls, good scenery, I really don't want to leave so quickly. Chen Guojing turned to look at the young masters who were making calls and said, "What? Are you afraid that young Master Lan will starve everyone to death? Don't worry, our young Master Lan is a famous person in Huacheng, he won't do things like murder or arson. If one or two of us really die, he won't be able to get away with it, right? Why don't you open your eyes and take a look? Where are we standing right now? This is the Blue Mountain Club. This is young Master Lan's place. If he doesn't take responsibility, who will?" After listening to Chen Guojing's words, everyone thought that it made sense. Even if this was Lan Shanggu's place, he could do whatever he wanted. Could he kill or starve his brothers to death? Thinking of this, they were like balloons that had been filled with air, and suddenly became aggressive again. "That's right. Lan Shanggu, what do you want to do to us? Do you want to scold us or kill us with your eyes? Lan Shanggu, I'm warning you, based on what you did tonight, we can charge you with imprisonment and restriction of personal freedom. Lan Shanggu, I've already called the police. If you're smart, hurry up and apologize to us. If we're in a good mood, maybe we won't stoop to your level." Lan Shanggu turned to look at Fang Yan, chuckled and said, "Do you know why I can't wait to do this? These bastards just don't remember the pain, they're born to be despicable. If you talk to them nicely, they'll think that you're easy to bully, that you don't have a strong background, that I'd be letting you down if I don't bully you, so you came to please me, only by beating them up so that they remember that we beat them up, that every bone in their body hurts when they see us, then they'll talk to us nicely and maintain the respect they deserve." Chen Guojing's face was full of mockery as he said, "Lan Shanggu, I'm standing here today, I don't believe. What can you do to me tonight? Lan Shanggu, I'm in Xinyang, I'm standing here today, I don't believe, that you dare to beat me up. Lan Shanggu, I'm Li Xiaohua, my father is Li Xinhui, if you don't beat me up today, you're my grandson. Pfft, I don't want a grandson like you." More and more people stood up. They were all young people, and they all thought they were respectable young people. They were surrounded by Lan Shanggu, bullied by Lan Shanggu, and this stimulated their arrogance and courage. They were prepared to fight to the death with Lan Shanggu. Lan Shanggu didn't disappoint them. He waved his hand, smiled and said, "Don't beat them to death." Thus, the surrounding men in black held wooden sticks in their hands and started to beat the heads of the young masters in the courtyard. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.